Test, test, test. Good afternoon and welcome to Notre Dame Stadium, home of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. This is Red Hawk Radio on the road. My name is Andrew. I was here for the Miami RedHawks kickoff show here in South Bend, Indiana. Perfect day for football. Weather just above 80 degrees. No cloud in the sky. And we are here for Miami football. It's the Miami RedHawks versus the Notre Dame Fighting Irish in week number 4 of the season now. These two teams coming into today's contest. Miami winless 0-2 on a 2-game losing streak after falling on the road at Northwestern in week 1. And in week 2 they fell to their perennial rivals, the Cincinnati Bearcats, 27-16 in the second to last rivalry matchup in the battle for the victory bell. Meanwhile, for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, this is a team that has high hopes for the season. They are looking to make the college football playoff and make some noise, trying to win their first national championship since 1988. It's been a long time coming for these Notre Dame Fighting Irish. In the second week of the season, however, Notre Dame was upset by a familiar team for the Miami RedHawks in the Northern Illinois Huskies, a member of the Mid-American Conference. They upset them in their first home game here in week 2. It was a 16-14 win for Northern Illinois. That was a game that, quite frankly, was really slow. It really came down to the very end. Very defensive game, especially for NIU. They were able to force 2 interceptions off of Riley Lenhart, who struggled that game. 2 interceptions, no touchdowns, and 163 yards in the air. This game was very methodical. Northern Illinois really took apart this Notre Dame defense, and for Miami, if they want to follow suit and upset one of the top teams in the nation, they're going to have to do it slow and methodical. They're going to have to always keep their foot on the gas pedal against these Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and we shall see if the RedHawks can follow suit and get that recipe like Northern Illinois did in week 2. The all-time series between these two teams for Miami versus Notre Dame, it is 1-2. Miami last won against Notre Dame in 1945. They only played in Oxford once, and that was their only win. 1945, a 13-0 win against Notre Dame. These two teams have only faced each other 3 times total. First matchup in 1909, and this is their second matchup in 78 years. So it's been a long time since the RedHawks have faced the Fighting Irish, but this is a highly anticipated matchup for these Miami RedHawks. The last time these two teams faced was 7 years ago, September 30th, 2017. So about 7 years to the state at Notre Dame Stadium. An easy win for the Fighting Irish in that contest, 52-17, Notre Dame over the RedHawks. This is also the second matchup in Chuck Martin's tenure against his former team in the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. He spent time previously as a coordinator and a coach for the Fighting Irish. He started out his coaching career as at Notre Dame at the Division I level for the Fighting Irish in 2010 as a defensive backs and running backs coach. He then shifted over to the safeties position in 2011 and spent time as the offensive and quarterbacks coach in 2012 to 2013. So he spent 4 years before accepting the job with the Miami RedHawks in 2014, a job that he's held for 10 years, and he's won the MAC multiple times in his RedHawks tenure. But coming back and trying to get some revenge and searching for his first win in 2 tries potentially against these Notre Dame Fighting Irish. In 2017, this game was, like I mentioned, a 52-17 win. The top performers passing was for Miami, Gus Ragland, who was really one of the top players in Miami history before Brett Gabbert. He was kind of the guy before Brett Gabbert. 19 for 37, 262 in the air, and 2 touchdowns along with an interception. He really set the scene. He's the quarterback's coach now for Miami, but it was Gus Ragland putting on a show and a routing from the Irish. The top rusher, it was Josh Adams for 8 carries, 159 yards, and 2 touchdowns with a 73-yard scurry to the house. In terms of receiving, leading the day was James Gardner of Miami, 5 receptions, 115 yards, and 2 touchdowns. The top receiver for Notre Dame was Equinemius St. Brown, 3 receptions, 42 yards, and a touchdown. It was kind of more spaced out for the Irish in that game, but for Miami it was more to one player, and that was James Gardner. The top tacklers for Miami was Josh Allen with 7 total tackles, 5 solo. Heath Harding had 7 as well with 4 solo, and Sam Connolly had 7 with 4 solo. For the Irish, it was Niles Morgan, 7 total tackles, 3 solo. Drew Tranquil, 7 tackles, and Jalen Elliott with 5 as well. Miami didn't force any turnovers in that game. For Notre Dame, it was 2 forced turnovers, a Greer Martini interception and a Jerry Tillery forced fumble against this Miami offense. Like I mentioned, Miami last played against Cincinnati. It was a 27-16 win for the Bearcats. That was a game that Miami wished they had the ball back in a few situations. They turned the ball over, an opening drive interception from Brett Gabbert, and a muffed punt in the first half really separated these two teams. You see a 27-16 game and you think it was a lot more lopsided, but it really wasn't. It really came down to one possession. The RedHawks fought with the Bearcats from bell to bell, and unfortunately they fell 27-16. But the RedHawks once again looking to take down these Notre Dame Fighting Irish. This game was also big for Cade McDonald, second straight game with over 100 yards receiving. That's definitely going to be a guy Miami will be hoping to lean on here against the Fighting Irish. For Notre Dame, after that loss against NIU, they put all the doubts to bed with a 66-7 domination win over Purdue. It was in West Lafayette. That was a game where it was all Jeremiah Love, 10 carries, 109 yards, and a touchdown, along with Jadarian Prince, the 1-2 combo for this Irish. 8 carries, 86 yards, and a touchdown for him. In the air, Jaden Harrison, 2 receptions, 47 yards. Jaden Thomas, 2 receptions, 36. And Eli Raridan, 3 receptions for 30. Top tackler was Jason Anye, 4 total tackles and 3 solo, along with a sack and a half. Rod Hurd, the Northwestern transfer, 4 total tackles, 3 solo. And for Jack Kaiser, 3 total tackles. They forced 2 turnovers, and the pair of them were interceptions from Traore, which he took it to the house, and Vilamau Asu also had an interception. So these two teams searching for wins. Notre Dame wants to keep that pace in the national title race, and for Miami, they're searching for their first win, trying to stay in this college football playoff picture. Got to win out from here on, and this is a great opportunity to get your name back in the winning column. We'll go back and talk about Chuck Martin for a moment. Like I mentioned, Chuck Martin, he spent his college career at Millikan before coaching at Mankato State, before he went to Wittenberg, and he eventually took his talents to Grand Valley State, where he absolutely made a machine at the Division II level for Grand Valley State. He went 74-7 in 2004 to 2009, so 5 seasons and over 70 wins in the D2 level. He won Division II championships in 2005 and 2006, runners-up in 2009, and after that, Notre Dame ended up hiring Chuck Martin to be a coach on their staff before he was eventually named onto that offensive coordinator spot. And he He was the offensive coordinator when Notre Dame ended up making the national championship game in 2013. He was on that team that was undefeated against Alabama before they fell 42-14 on another championship for Nick Saban and the Crimson Tide. But he was on that staff and eventually turned over to Miami the season after. But this is absolutely a game that Chuck Martin would love to have. He wanted to have it in 2017. Might be his best chance since, with Miami having one of the top rosters in the MAC, one of the top rosters in the group of 5 across the country. And listening to one of his press conferences, he talked about how he grew up as a Notre Dame fan. He grew up in Michigan, and he had family who Notre Dame fans as well. This is really a homecoming for him, being a Notre Dame fan, coming home where he started off his coaching career at Notre Dame, where he spent a few seasons there. This is a game where he talked about it being one of the top venues in college football. Certainly so. My first impressions here, definitely a holy grail here in college football. One of the top stadiums across the nation. This is really living up to the hype. And yeah, he said that in his press conference. This is where players love to play. This is where they dream to play. And he certainly is hoping to get his team into the swing of things and trying to get these upside-minded RedHawks on top against the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. And we shall see if they can pull out the stops, pull out the tricks against these Notre Dame Fighting Irish here in South Bend. We will have the pregame show coming up in just a few moments with Addison, Lenhart, and Sean Wiesemann. Should be entertaining to see what they have to pick apart in this matchup between the RedHawks and the Fighting Irish. This is easily the biggest venue the RedHawks have played in quite some time. They played at Ford Field last year in the MAC championship, but in terms of college stadiums, this is definitely on top of a lot of bucket lists across the nation. But we shall see what they have to say, and stay tuned for more Miami RedHawks football on Red Hawk Radio. It's Miami versus Notre Dame here in South Bend at Notre Dame Stadium. My name is Andrew Relvas. Thanks so much for tuning in, and stay with us for the Red Hawk Radio pregame show between the RedHawks and the Fighting Irish here on Red Hawk Radio.
Absolutely. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, absolutely. You're right, Addison. The running game, lack of run game has been really disappointing. Only 33 rushing yards in the first two. Only 33 rushing yards is the leading rusher for the Miami RedHawks, and that's something that's good. Probably might not change a whole lot, and that means you might see a lot of empty sets for the RedHawks. With Howard Cross in the middle, a potential first-round pick defensive tackle for the Fighting Irish, it's going to be tough sledding and for Miami. Well, the athleticism of the linebackers is something that cannot be understated. Matty Salopek and Ty Wise, both all-conference linebackers last season, both coming back. Salopek, a fifth-year senior who's had a ton of experience playing in big games, and I think he can do a good job containing. But that means he has to be there when he could be elsewhere collecting 20 tackles per game like he typically tends to do. That puts even more pressure on the other linebacker, Ty Wise. Wise is going to have to collect a lot of tackles and fill in against Jeremiah Love, a guy who ran for 109 yards and only 10 carries last game against Purdue. Yeah, for a walk-on at Michigan State to a scholarship player here at Miami now, that is quite the achievement to be tearing it up against two power conference opponents like that. I anticipate even more, and I imagine that Benjamin Morrison, the star corner for Notre Dame, will likely be shadowing him given the lack of depth outside of Cade McDonald here for the RedHawks. Absolutely. Yeah, no, you're completely right. That is something that you're going to have to keep a close eye on here because those 7-8 yard curl routes were absolutely thrashing the Redhawks. And it wasn't until they made that adjustment in the second half. And credit to the defensive staff for making that adjustment. But eventually it helped them to kind of contain the passing attack of Brendan Sorsby, Xavier Henderson, Joe Royer, all those guys. It really helped to slow them down. I look to see that might be a key matchup, like you said, because the lack of wide receiver depth has been a problem for several years here at Notre Dame, and I really haven't seen a number one receiver yet emerge for the Fighting Irish, despite multiple transfer portal additions. You got Bo Collins from Clemson, you have Chris Mitchell from FIU, and yet neither one of them have really. And you have Jaden Greyhouse as well, who's also been a returning member, but none of those guys have really popped. You're looking for a guy to pop. You haven't really seen that guy pop yet, and as a result, I don't necessarily see a attack that's super dynamic, and Riley Lenhart certainly has been passing the ball like a dynamic quarterback that he's certainly capable of being. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. He took him so long to get that UC win. I imagine now for him, this is the next giant to slay. He got the big victory for the Battle of the Victory Bell, and now getting a big giant win like this against the Fighting Irish would certainly be another notch in his cap for another great coaching career for Chuck Martin. Because I could hear you through this just fine.
Yeah,
So that's odd. Okay.
I think we'll be good.
All right, we're fine.
All right, you want to start back?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, just whenever you want
Okay.
to. Go ahead.
Welcome back to the pregame show. This is the Miami RedHawks taking on the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, the 17th ranked Notre Dame Fighting Irish. As we are here in South Bend, we expect a raucous environment, but first we're going to dive into some scores around the Mid-American Conference with Sean real quick.
Absolutely, yeah. So Kentucky is beating the brakes off of Ohio University right now. It's 27-0. Brock Vandergrift, 200 passing yards. A Kentucky team that took Georgia to the very wire last week, and so would be a great notch if Ohio were somehow able to come back. But regardless, a tough day for the Bobcats. In a early season MAC matchup, we have Central Michigan taking on Ball State. Central Michigan, 23-point second quarter to put them ahead 23-17. Caden Samota, 171 yards, 2 touchdowns. BJ Harris for the Central Michigan Chippewas, 4 carries, 120 yards. And then you have the Eastern Michigan Eagles taking on St. Francis in Pennsylvania. This is a St. Francis team that beat fellow MAC team Kent State 23-17, with Eastern Michigan currently taking a 13-0 lead with 3 minutes left in the second quarter. Kent State and Penn State take on our fight rather in 3:30 with the 10th ranked Penn State playing at home, and Kent State having a rough go of it the last go around against a power conference opponent, losing 71-0 against Tennessee. Hopefully it won't be quite that embarrassing this time for the Kent State Golden Flashes here, but obviously we have the Miami RedHawks taking on Notre Dame, but then Northern Illinois, the only ranked squad for the Mid-American, take on Buffalo. The 23rd ranked Huskies are 2-0, Buffalo 2-1. Those two play at 3:30 on ESPN+, and then you get a primetime matchup between two of the best Group of 5 teams, potentially a potential decider in a college football playoff berth. Toledo 3-0, playing at Western Kentucky in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Toledo currently 3-0, like you said, after a 24-point thrashing of an SEC opponent, Mississippi State, with 41-17 victory. And Western Kentucky not too shabby in their own right, always one of the best Group of 5 teams. You then get Bowling Green versus Texas A&M, who is ranked 25th in the country. Bowling Green put a real scare in the Nittany Lions of Penn State, only losing 34-27. So look for that to be a very close game, and look for a potential upset, even though the spread is 22.5 in favor of A&M. And finally, Akron also plays at 7:30 against South Carolina, who is 2-1 this season. South Carolina notched a victory against the Kentucky team earlier this season. Akron 1-2, and really hoping to not quite get blown out the same way that Vegas has them getting predicted to be blown out, with them a 25.5-point underdog. South Carolina featuring current Miami wide receiver Gage Larvin. I'll take it away. I'll give it over to my friend Addison here for some FBS scores around the country.
Yeah, and Sean, a Mid-American Conference slate that's very interesting today. Bowling Green getting, as you said, another opportunity to take on a ranked team, and a Mid-American Conference as a collective has really performed well early on in this non-conference. Taking a look at some of the top 25 scores from around the country early on in the noon window, only 3 top 25 teams in action early on today. Ohio State having no trouble with the Marshall Thundering Herd, 49-14. The Buckeyes lead with 13:11 remaining in the fourth quarter. They look like a wagon in the Big Ten right now. And for Clemson, a dominating performance over in-state rival NC State, an NC State team that had some pretty high expectations coming into this season. And they had a really tough time with Tennessee a couple of weeks ago, and Cade Klubnik and the Clemson Tigers are handing them one right now with 8:21 to go in the fourth. Arkansas State visiting the Iowa State Cyclones, possibly a dark horse contender in the Big 12. Matt Campbell's team has been kind of in the middle of the pack of the Big 12 for a long time now, and led by Rocco Becht and Jalen Knoll on the outside at receiver. Iowa State certainly got a fighting chance, I think, in the Big 12 this year to make a lot of noise. And then during our window, the 3:30 window, we've got Kent State, as you said, visiting Penn State, and the big one on CBS today, USC visiting the Michigan Wolverines. USC, their high-powered offense with Miller Moss and Lincoln Riley coaching, are going to visit the defending national champs and try and take out one of the best defenses in the Big Ten, an offense that has kind of struggled early on in this season, going with a new quarterback, Alex Orji, today over their original starter in Davis Warren, looking to see some better results. Again at 3:30, another Big Ten SEC matchup, UCLA and LSU, as we'll see Garrett Nussmeier and the 16th ranked Tigers looking to stay the course after dropping week 1, a matchup against the USC Trojans. And then comes our game, Miami and Notre Dame at 3:30. Georgia Tech and Louisville also at 3:30, and then another MAC matchup, one of the first conference matchups of the season between Buffalo and Northern Illinois, and then another ranked matchup at 4 between Utah and Oklahoma State in the Big 12. And then tonight, the nightcap, one of the most highly anticipated SEC games of the season. Oklahoma, a newcomer in the SEC this year. Tennessee, who's absolutely been lighting scoreboards up early on in this season. That is going to be an extremely exciting matchup. And Sean, taking a look at some of these games, you gotta like a lot of the matchups. What's one matchup that you might be looking for early on in this season that piques your interest?
I'm certainly keeping an eye on that Bowling Green Texas A&M game. I like the scare that Bowling Green put into Penn State, and I don't think that Penn State's a better team, any better of a team than Texas A&M. Or I don't think any worse of a team than Texas A&M. In fact, I think Texas A&M is a significantly worse team than Penn State. And as a result, I think that Bowling Green, a minus 22.5 point underdog, I think more than covers the points. And in fact, I think they do a very, very good job against a very potentially interesting Texas A&M team who actually did end up losing to Notre Dame to start the season.
And Bowling Green, a team, an experienced quarterback in Connor Bazelak, and as you said, gave Penn State some real trouble. The matchup that I am looking at is that Northern Illinois-Buffalo game at 3:30. Northern Illinois looks like the cream of the crop in the Mid-American Conference right now after their victory over Notre Dame earlier on in this season. It's going to be interesting to see if Northern Illinois is able to kind of sustain a lot of the success that they found earlier on in this season. And we'll see how the Huskies fare at home against the Buffalo Bulls. And we're going to take one more quick break before we come back with the rest of our pregame show. You are listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio.
Yeah, I know. I was like barely paying attention to it. I was so focused on what you were saying, I wasn't even looking at all. I'm used to all of these stadiums being multi-tiered, you know what I mean? So to see all just one big pit, basically, is very
Back here in South Bend, you are listening to the Miami football pregame show. Along with Sean Wiesemann, I'm Addison Lenhart. And Sean, taking a look at some keys to the game now for Miami. A team that struggled really a lot offensively. We have talked extensively this week about how they really need to get that run game going if they're going to find some success against Notre Dame today.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, they have a really solid, very, very stout defensive line led by potential first-round pick Howard Cross at defensive tackle. And so it's going to be a really tough matchup, though, for a very veteran offensive line, played a lot of games, and very, very stout. But newcomer and new center Charlie Nank is going to have his hands full having to guard against a guy who's probably 320 pounds. So I certainly will anticipate looking at that matchup as being one of the keys to our game here. Also, as we know, Kenny Tracy out for the season. That is going to be a very, very big loss for the RedHawks here. And you know, we got to take a look at the rest of the running back room because Keon Mosey has certainly struggled at times. Kevin Davis has looked all right. And then, you know, their depth of Jordan Brunson, you got Dylan Downing, the Purdue transfer. None of them have really popped, and I'm waiting for somebody to show up and really make a big impact today. Much in the same way Keon Mosey had his giant breakout game against Northwestern several years ago. I'm looking for somebody, maybe it is Keon Mosey, to go and take that next step and really elevate their game against a quality opponent here.
Yeah, there's certainly been a lot of flashes from that Miami backfield so far this season. Kevin Davis against Northwestern was really good in the receiving game, working in that screen game. Brett Gabbert looked to him many times early on in that one. Just haven't really been able to get anything going in between the tackles. We've seen a couple of glimpses, as you said, from Dylan Downing, the transfer from Purdue, who's ripped off a couple of nice runs early on in the season, but nothing real consistent so far for the RedHawks. As you said, Jordan Brunson, their leading rusher on the season, only with 33 yards. All 33 of those actually came in that Week 1 matchup against Northwestern. And then another thing that Miami has really struggled with early on in this season is the field position game, and a lot of that has had to do with their struggling special teams. They have not covered kickoffs well, in the sense that they haven't set up any opportunities for their returners to get any sort of space returning kicks. And then with the loss of Graham Nicholson to Alabama, they've really had to kind of scramble together to put together some sort of solution at kicker. Dom Jobin has been that so far for Miami, but they really have not been able to rely on teams, and it really cost them last week against Cincinnati in a couple of scenarios as well.
Yeah, that was a really tough game, obviously, but it didn't help the special teams miscues. You know, you have a muffed punt that sets them up very nicely inside Miami territory. You have, you know, a really big return, and you know, all these things that are very, very preventable. Special teams is where you win and lose these games on the margins. And if you want to beat a very quality ranked opponent like Notre Dame, you got to win on the margins here, and you got to be almost perfect in your special teams game. Northern Illinois won their game on basically a walk-off 51-yard field goal. Those are the kind of plays that they're going to have to make on special teams in order to get a victory against a very talented Notre Dame Fighting Irish squad.
Yeah, and on the Notre Dame side, offensively for them, it's really going to come down to the play of Riley Lenhart, although Jeremiah Love has been a bright spot for them at times this season. 279 yards, averaging 8 per carry for 3 touchdowns so far in this season.
He's dynamic. I saw something, actually, an article come out from ESPN earlier this week, and they said in watching the game last week against Purdue and Notre Dame with multiple first-round picks, they said Jeremiah Love is the best player on the field for both squads. That's how dynamic he is, and that means that the linebackers Matty Salopek and Ty Wise are going to have their hands full in shooting the gaps and making sure he isn't able to be as electric as his 8 yards per carry certainly suggests.
Yeah, and for Notre Dame, their special teams has been pretty solid so far this season. Mitch Jeter, their kicker, 4 for 6, 3 for 4 on kicks from 40 to 49 yards, 0 for 1 on his longest kick of the season. It was 50-plus. And then on the Notre Dame receiving side, as we've said, their passing game has been a big question mark so far this season. Riley Lenhart has yet to throw a touchdown pass. They've still scored 2 touchdowns through the air, courtesy of Steve Angeli. But for Notre Dame, they're really looking for Bo Collins, Jaden Greathouse to finally break out on the receiving side for the Irish today.
Yeah, I feel like that's been such a theme, like we mentioned earlier in the show, that's been such a theme for the Fighting Irish is the lack of production at the skill positions and specifically on the wide receiver side of things. You know, they take all these transfers, very highly touted transfers, and the fact that they've been able to get so little passing production out of them suggests a large, you know, you got to think it's a larger issue, but that bodes well for the RedHawks. And that means they can hopefully key in on the dynamic Jeremiah Love and hopefully make them one-dimensional in a game where they need every possible advantage they can.
Sean, give me your final thoughts and score predictions on this one. What are you feeling on both sides? What needs to happen for either team to win?
Yeah, so personally, as a Miami fan, I want to see them win. But I also think that Vegas is doing them a disservice by making them a 27.5-point underdog. I think that this is a team that's played 2 very close games, and even if the score doesn't necessarily suggest it in this UC game, they still did a very, very good job. However, as a neutral observer, I have to acknowledge that there are, especially at the lines of scrimmage, there could be some serious deficiencies on both lines of scrimmage. However, the Miami's as good as any defensive line or offensive line in the MAC, and I think that they can at least hold up against both of them. So I'm going to take a look at those 2 things to be kind of the big keys to the game. Is the line of scrimmage game with the group of 5 and the power 5 kind of lines is usually the big differentiator. But as far as score prediction, with the over-under being about 44, I actually would take the over on that a little bit. I think both teams are going to score some points, and you know what? I'll be a little bit of an optimist. I'll go 24-21 RedHawks.
I like that. I like that optimism from you, Sean. And
Absolutely.
For me, when you look at this matchup, the 2 big things I think are the line of scrimmage and the play of Riley Lenhart.
Absolutely.
The line of scrimmage is something that Miami has struggled to dominate early on in this season, playing against those power conference opponents, Northwestern, big, athletic D linemen that really gave Miami a lot of issues. In Cincinnati with Dante Corleone in the middle, he can be a disruptor for the Bearcats, and that certainly gave Miami some issues. They have to hold up on the offensive line, and they have to find a way to make Riley Lenhart uncomfortable and force him into some bad throws, which NIU was able to do. At times, Texas A&M was able to do it as well. If they can make him uncomfortable, Miami can make this certainly a game. I just don't think that they have the firepower offensively, the ability to push the ball down the field in order to get it done. I do think that Notre Dame comes away with a victory. I'll say about 31-20 would be the clip that I expect this one to be at. But it should be a fantastic a fantastic contest as we get ready to hand this one over to Zach Rengers and Luke West Poley. This has been the Miami football pregame show with Addison, Lenhart, and Sean Wiesemann. You are listening to Red Hawk football on Red Hawk Radio.
From the Cathedral of College Football, Game 3 of the 2024 season for the Miami RedHawks, looking for win number 1, and they've made the 4-hour journey north to one of the nation's most prestigious venues, the Gift of Life mural, more commonly known as Touchdown Jesus Overlooks, as does the Gold Dome here at Notre Dame Stadium. The Miami RedHawks taking on the 17th ranked Notre Dame Fighting Irish here in Week 4. Alongside Zach Rengers, I'm Luke Poley. Thanks so much for being with us this afternoon. We are all set to go with the Irish in their home navy blues. The classic gold helmet shining in this sunlight and a hot Saturday afternoon from South Bend, and the gold bottoms. Miami in the icy whites. It's white helmets, jerseys, and bottoms with the red M on the side of the helmet. Notre Dame won the toss. Fighting Irish elected to defer their option to the second half, and that means it will be kicked off from right to left to begin the game by Mitch Jeter, the Arkansas transfer and kicker for the Fighting Irish. Capacity crowd of 77,000 plus packing in. There's some dots of red along with the Kelly green and gold here at Notre Dame Stadium. Could not ask for a better day for football. As we get set to go here, Zach, a couple of disappointing efforts for Miami to start the season. Toughest test yet. Things not getting any easier for the RedHawks in Game 3.
Yeah, I don't think you could draw up much worse of a gauntlet unless, of course, you're going to visit your old kicker at Bryant-Denny Stadium, that being Alabama with Graham Nicholson, to be exactly clear. But nonetheless, this has been a gauntlet of a schedule. They have not fared well yet. They're trying to pull off the unthinkable here and be the second MAC team to march into Notre Dame Stadium and pull out a win this year.
We'll touch on that a little more in just a bit. The kickoff is end over end and in to the end zone, 8 yards deep for a touchback. What a classic venue this is. Got the 9 slashes at the 42-degree angle representing the 1842 year, the foundation of this historic university here in South Bend. And out comes the Miami offense. Went toe-to-toe for 3 quarters with Cincinnati, but kind of ran out of gas late against the Bearcats last week. Brett Gabbert, the 6th year, has been here before in tough environments. The first start of his career was at Kinnick Stadium at Iowa as a true freshman. He has certainly played through many types of these environments, Zach.
Yeah, they're going to need him to show up in a big way. Obviously, we talked about the loss last week to Cincinnati. 2 things that really killed you in that game that you wouldn't expect: a bad special teams play on a muff punt and an interception early in the game by Brett Gabbert. You erase those 2 things, you really could have picked up a win last week, but they're going to need much better play from Gabbert here today if they want to pull off a great win at Notre Dame.
Gabbert out of the shotgun, fakes the run on first down to Downing, flings it far side. It's complete. Javon Tracy beyond the 30-yard line, trying to cut it back. He is wrapped up and dropped on a good open field tackle there for the Fighting Irish. Javon Tracy with the catch. 6-yard pickup for the RedHawks. And the stop made by Christian Gray, the cornerback from St. Louis. 2nd down and 4 coming up for Miami.
Yeah, really nice pitch and catch to get Brett Gabbert started there. Javon Tracy going to be the go-to guy with Cade McDonald here today.
McDonald lined up in the right slot, ball in the left hash of the RedHawk 32-yard line. Kevin Davis motioned out wide, now an empty set for Gabbert. He takes the snap, looking, time to throw. Will fling it down the far side, looking for it all, and he overshot his target. In fact, all the way into the Notre Dame bench. It's incomplete, and that will bring up 3rd down.
Yeah, rather uncharacteristic play there, Luke. A veteran pocket passer usually knows what kind of time he has. To freak out there, start shuffling the feet big time, and just kind of launched up a ball thinking that he had more pressure on him than he really did. See if he's maybe taken back by the environment here at Notre Dame Stadium just a little bit, even as a veteran presence.
Here we go. First test, 3rd down. They'll call it 3 from the 32-yard line of the Fighting Irish. 2 receivers to the right, and now 2 out left with Gabbert motioning Kevin Davis out there. Gets the snap, throws far side, pass complete beyond the sticks. 1st down to the outside. It's Davis, dragged out of bounds at the 41-yard line. Kevin Davis on the 9-yard gain on 3rd and 3. Moved the chains, crossing the 1-minute mark in a scoreless game first quarter. 1st and 10 Miami from the RedHawk 41.
And how many times have we seen that over the past couple years, Luke? Just these little routes out of the backfield. You can account for all the wide receivers in the secondary, but so many times we've seen Brett Gabbert be able to hook up on a flat route from one of his running backs out of the backfield.
Tight end offset left of the line, one receiver left and two to the right of Gabbert out of the gun. Ball on the left hash of the 41-yard line. Gets the snap. Five-man rush for Notre Dame. Gabbert pumps and he loses the football. It's on the ground, jumping on top of it for the RedHawks. It's still loose now. Line of scrimmage. Who's got it? It looks like Miami does. 3 RedHawks jumped on that ball. None of them were able to get cleanly on top of it, and the ball just kept going further and further backwards. They'll mark it at the 27-yard line. Looks like Gabbert tried to pump fake and just lost the football. Keon Mosey, the running back, the one to eventually get on it for Miami. It's a loss of 14 on first down, and 2nd and 24 will result from the RedHawk 27 on the right hash.
Another uncharacteristic play. Brett Gabbert just looks distressed right now. He's got more time than he realizes.
Dual receivers right now. McDonald motion from right to left. There are 2 out left now. Taking the snap, pressure coming up the middle, and the throw over the middle caught. Reeled in between the hashes just inside the 40. Reggie Virgil, who had a big play touchdown going 58 yards last week. This time he gets up just short of the 40-yard line to the 39. A 12-yard pickup. Miami will need 12 more to move the chains.
Yeah, great catch there by Virgil. That ball had some sauce on it. And if he didn't catch that one and had only tipped it, there probably would have been a tip drill that would have gone Notre Dame's way. So a very clutch catch for him to make, also making it a somewhat manageable 3rd down here.
Approaching the 3-minute mark, scoreless game in the first quarter. 3rd down and 12 for Miami, 1 for 1 on 3rd down today. 3 receivers left, 1 out right. Gabbert gets the snap. Notre Dame pressures 4. Gabbert flings far side, just outside the window of his target, incomplete. He was looking for McDonald, just short of midfield. Xavier Watts on the coverage for Notre Dame might have got a hand on that football, and Miami will punt on their opening drive with 11:55 to go in the opening quarter and no score.
Yeah, not a great showing there on the second set of first downs that we saw. Obviously, the first set looked great. Saw a little mishap there by Brett Gabbert at first, but nonetheless, he locked it in, got the first down. After that, the play on the pump fake that ended up being a huge 14-yard loss just really tailspun that drive, and there was nowhere to go from there.
Alec Bevelheimer fumbled a punt last week. He does get the snap and sends a spiraling kick up the middle. It is muffed by Notre Dame just outside the 20-yard line. 3 Irish were around it, and a pileup ensues. Who's got the football? It's Miami. Just a miscommunication. It looks like a couple Irish who were back there. The punt returner was Jaden Greathouse. Lost sight of the football in midair. 3 blue jerseys converged around the ball, and it just hit Greathouse on the ricochet. It appeared off the turf. Miami hops on it, and they'll take over 1st and 10 from the Irish 26-yard line.
Yeah, and I'm surprised we're not seeing any contest from Marcus Freeman here. It looked like from where we were standing that their guy might have gotten clipped by a Miami rusher going down the field before he touched that football, but nonetheless, doesn't seem like he's making any kind of argument of that sort. So it looks like it's going to be Miami football, and we talk about some mishaps on that first drive. Well, it's just been extended now, and special teams coming up clutch for this RedHawks team once again.
Gabbert back onto the field. He's got 2 receivers left and 1 to the right. Dylan Downing to the right of his quarterback in the backfield. Fake the handoff on first down. Gabbert going long, looking for Tracy near side of the end zone. It falls incomplete. Tracy took a tumble. Coverage provided by Gray for Notre Dame on the near sideline. Little bit of hand fighting, but just incidental contact there between corner and receiver. It's incomplete, 2nd down.
Yeah, really great coverage there. I thought from where we were standing, it looked like he might have shoved him off the route, but looking at the replay on the big board, not that at all. He just had some really pointed touches to the receiver and was able to knock him off his route pretty well there.
Excellent coverage by Gray, who's been targeted a couple times. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Gabbert takes the snap, flings it over the middle. Pass complete. Cade McDonald running to the far side inside the 10. He's pushed out of bounds at the 4-yard line. Quick hitter cross pattern to Cade McDonald. 16 combined receptions, back-to-back 100-yard games for the first time in McDonald's career in Miami's first 2 games. This one brings the RedHawks down to the 5-yard line. They'll take it there, 1st and goal from the left hash.
And that route scheme, we've seen that time and time again this year, and it's been so money for this team. They've been able to run Reggie Virgil and Javon Tracy on go routes, and that really opens up the bottom line there for Cade McDonald, just streaking across the middle, and it's able to be a nice completion there for Brett Gabbert.
First and goal for Gabbert. He's got Downing to his right in the backfield out of the shotgun. Getting the snap, Gabbert looks to throw, flinging near side. It is tipped and intercepted at the 2-yard line. Looking for a pick play screen on the right hash. It hit off the hands of a defensive back for the Fighting Irish that couldn't come up with it, but tipped it high into the air. And Junior Tuihalamaka, the junior from California, came down with it inside the 5, and the RedHawks, for the second straight game on their opening drive, cough it up in the red zone.
Yeah, and who made that play there, Luke? Christian Gray. It feels like we've been saying his name 100 times to start off this game, but he read that like a book, got under the screenplay, and just tipped it in the air. And obviously, we see Tuihalamaka make a nice interception there. And you're playing with house money. You liked the shot at the end zone to start off that drive, and you felt really good about the Cade McDonald reception, but that just goes to show nothing you can take for granted here at Notre Dame Stadium.
Third straight game, Brett Gabbert has thrown an interception. We've reached a timeout on the field. 10:55 to go, opening quarter. Notre Dame will take over from their own 4-yard line in a scoreless affair when we come back to Notre Dame Stadium. Stay with us. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. .55 to go, opening quarter, and Miami, after securing a muff punt just short of the red zone, coughs it up, and Notre Dame will take over scoreless game from their own 4-yard line. Notre Dame offense out for the first time, and Riley Lenhart takes the snap, handing it off far side of the field. Nowhere to go for Jeremiah Love. Has to fight to get back to the line of scrimmage. Leaning out across the 5-yard line. They'll give him the 6. 2-yard pickup for the former 4-star recruit and Ty Wise. In on the stop for Miami, who had 1.5 tackles for loss last week in addition to a sack.
Yeah, great swarming to the ball there. We saw, obviously, this is a quarterback that can run in Riley Lenhart, and they did a great job sniffing out the zone read there.
Got whistles here prior to the snap, and what's going on? Get the announcement from our referee, Gary Patterson. False start on the offense. Notre Dame will be backed up half the distance to the goal, and that'll put them behind the sticks for second down. This is an ACC crew, as is typical for Notre Dame home games. Fighting Irish serve as an independent still in college football.
The few, the proud.
Indeed. That group got smaller this year with the addition of Army headed to the American, and will get even smaller next year with UMass headed to the MAC. On second down and 11, Lenhart takes the snap, handing it off up the middle. Needling down the pile, it's Love again downhill. And he gets out to the 8-yard line before he's swallowed up. 6-yard gain will set up a 3rd down and 5. Eli Blakey makes the stop for Miami. Across the 5-minute mark, no score from South Bend. And down the middle of the field, 3rd and 5 for Notre Dame on their opening offensive drive.
Huge play here for the Miami defense. Could set the tone early with a nice stop deep in Notre Dame territory.
2 receivers either side for Riley Lenhart. He's got Love with him in the backfield to his right. Greathouse motioned from the left side toward the backfield, now back into the slot. Lenhart taking the snap, facing pressure. Lenhart swims away from it, but now gobbled up. Gets back to the line of scrimmage, but a whole gang of RedHawks got in there. It'll go for no gain, and Notre Dame will be forced to punt. Ty Wise will get credit for the sack for Miami. Approaching 6 minutes gone by in this first quarter, and potentially good field position setting up for the RedHawks as James Rendell, the Aussie, will come on to boot this one away for the Fighting Irish.
Yeah, great job there, Miami defense, swarming a quarterback that is known to be dangerous in the run game. They closed the pocket early and were able to swarm him, make sure that he wasn't for a first down there.
Cade McDonald standing right on the center of the ND at midfield. And the kick is away, a high end-over-end punt that sends McDonald backpedaling, calls for a fair catch, and makes it at the 36-yard line of Miami. Good punt from the Australian James Rendell. Interestingly enough, a grad transfer from RMIT. Where is that? It's in Australia. Came over from a 4-year school overseas. Miami will get their second crack at it here on offense, this time with slightly worse field position than what they had following the muff punt. But Zach, as we talked about it a little bit during that first break, Brett Gabbert set to come out for what is technically his second drive of the game, or maybe his third, depending on how you look at it. Looks a little bit timid, which has been an issue. You can tell the talent has not left the 6th-year quarterback, but maybe looks a little bit apprehensive and can certainly tell in that interception.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like he's just overthinking things right now, and it's obviously uncharacteristic for the 6-year guy. Obviously, last year at his best, we saw him where he wasn't thinking, he was throwing it all around the field, getting it to his receivers on time, on schedule. And tonight, it just looks like he's kind of been a little bit behind the 8 ball. Certainly has some happy
carries in the first 2 weeks, but has really struggled with some of that explosivity. And good to see there to set up second and short. 2 receivers on the right, 1 to the left, tight end stacked left of the line. For Brett Gabbert, he's got Mosey again in the backfield, this time to his right. Out of the shotgun, Gabbert takes 2 steps up, down to a knee, barking orders at his offensive line. Clock moving with 6:35 to go. Clapson gets the snap, but flags fly in, and the signal is false start. Gary Patterson will head over to the PA, and he will provide the same result. It's on Will Janos, the left tackle for Miami. And that's an area, Zach, that the RedHawks are hoping to maybe get a little more out of. The way they've struggled to run the ball, you'd think that this is an offensive line that doesn't bring a ton of experience. Miami brought all 5 guys back from last year.
Yeah, they certainly need to settle in, and part of that, you have to imagine, is with the quarterback revolving so much. We see Brett Gabbert a lot more vocal than we saw Avion Smith last year. They're all just settling in together.
Gabbert gets the snap, he hands it off. Mosey breaks through down the right side. He is ganged, and the ball pops out at the end. At the 40-yard line, pile up on top of it. And where is the football? We've got no signal, but Notre Dame players are not celebrating. It looks like the signal is that it is still RedHawk football. Not sure if Mosey was down or forward progress was stopped, or if they just ruled that Miami got on top of it. But regardless, it's going to be RedHawk football, and it appears that he did get enough just barely to the 40-yard line for a first down.
Really good run following up the penalty there from Keon Mosey.
So 1st and 10 from the 40-yard line of the Irish. Gabbert gets the snap, handoff up the middle to Downing, crashing and banging down to the 35-yard line. Downing is put on the ground there after a 5-yard pickup on first down. 5:32 and counting to go in the first quarter. Still no score between Miami and Notre Dame, and Downing getting a couple of carries. The former Purdue Boilermaker. Don't know if he loved what this Notre Dame squad did to his former team last week, handing Purdue their worst defeat in program history in West Lafayette last Saturday. Two receivers right, one to the left for Gabbert. Tight end to the left side of the line is Jack Coldiron. Gets the snap, fakes, and now will dump it down to Coldiron. Met immediately at the line, but does fall forward. His momentum takes him to the 32. Gain of about 3 yards. And that will set up a 3rd down and short for Miami. Benjamin Morrison, the former freshman All-American, making the stop for Notre Dame. 3rd down and 2 coming up for the RedHawks from the Irish 32-yard line.
And really stellar play calling to start off this game, Luke. These little dump down passes with go routes on the outside have set up the run game, and we've seen it on this drive in particular. They've been able to really get out there and run right up the gut because they've opened up, they've spread out this defense so much.
Crowd starting to pick up. 3rd down and 2, and Chuck Martin comes off the sideline to call timeout. So team was just getting set out there, but Martin did not like something he saw, and he will call Miami's first time out of the half with 4:24 to go, opening quarter. And donuts on the board between Miami and number 17, Notre Dame. You know, Zach, it's really interesting because Addison and I were talking during the first couple of games, the way that Miami at the skill positions looked matchup-wise against Cincinnati and Northwestern. Physically, they pretty much went toe-to-toe with a couple of Power 4 teams, which was pretty impressive. However, the same could not be said in establishing the line of scrimmage, an area where they were severely outclassed. You're arguably facing, and Chuck Martin said you're facing, a much better defensive front today, and they've looked significantly improved.
Yeah, they've rose to the challenge, and I think that was probably something that was harped on quite a bit in the film room this week, is that you cannot get dominated in the trenches if you want to have any shot to win this game. And learning from their MAC brethren, NIU, that's what they did so well in that game against Notre Dame.
3 receivers left. That's the long side of the field. Nobody out right. Now motion takes Johnson from left to right. Gabbert will swing it out, and Gabbert is bottled up immediately. The throw was to Davis, and he is wrapped up for a loss. A 4-yard loss brings Miami all the way back to the 36, and now decision time here. Dom Jobin missed from 50 yards in the opener against Northwestern, and it looks like Chuck Martin's keeping the offense on the field for 4th and 6 with under 4 to play in the opening quarter.
Yeah, and a great tackle there by junior Tui Halamaka. We saw him get the interception earlier, and he just made a great tackle in space, and we're going to see Miami burn another timeout.
Interesting. So just a couple of plays and 2 timeouts called for the RedHawks. Still have about 1 1/3 quarters left to play and just 1 timeout left remaining. Second offensive drive, I should say, for this Miami team. And right now we do see some stretching of the ST unit. Alec Bevelheimer is practicing his holds, and so we'll check to see if the RedHawks trot the field goal unit out as Dom Jobin is milling about. But the offense is huddled right now for Miami about potentially going for this on 4th down and 6. Looks like the O-line is headed out right now, and special teams headed back to the sidelines. Miami's going to go here.
Yeah, and I can't hate on the timeouts being called here. Obviously unconventional to use so many early in the half, but I think Chuck Martin and his staff understand just the gravity of this drive. If you want to have a chance to win at Notre Dame, you have to get on the board early and kind of beat them to the spot, and that's what they're noticing as the just importance of this drive here to get some points.
Reggie Virgil solo on the right side. 2 receivers left for Gabbert in the shotgun. Gabbert rushing up to the line of scrimmage to bark orders. Still plenty of time left on the play clock. Kevin Davis now motioned out wide to the right. Tight end in the backfield for Brett Gabbert, who gets the snap. Irish rush 4. Gabbert throws near side. It's off the left hand and incomplete of Davis along the left sideline. Fantastic coverage by Adon Schuler, the sophomore from New Jersey. Safety help against the Miami back that was motioned out wide. RedHawks cough it up on downs. Their 2nd turnover along the sideline. 2nd in plus territory as well. Miami into Irish territory twice, so they've come up empty.
Yeah, and we see much to the dismay of Chuck Martin and company. They were looking for a flag, and I think they might have had an argument there, Luke. Looked like the coverage was great, but it looked to be a little early and a little handsy on the sideline there. Surprised that the flag didn't come out in such a pivotal moment in this game.
Yeah, upon seeing the replay, it was a comeback route along the sideline for Davis, and when he hit that break in his route, it did look like there was maybe a tug given to Davis by Schuler, but nonetheless, the Irish come up with a big stop, and they will take over 1st and 10 from their own 36-yard line. We're scoreless, 11:15 gone by in this first quarter from South Bend. It's a beautiful day for some college football in Week 4. We're back after this. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. Stay with us. Return here to Notre Dame Stadium in South Bend. 3:45 to go, first quarter. Miami 0, Notre Dame 0. Alongside Zach Rengers, I'm Luke West Poley. Thanks so much for tuning in. Game 3 in Week 4 for the Miami RedHawks football team. One more non-conference game coming up next Saturday before MAC play starts the week following. 2 drives into plus territory for Miami, and they have not scored yet. Turned it over on downs most recently on a 4th and 6, and now we will see the Duke transfer Riley Lenhart come out for his second offensive drive for Notre Dame here this week. 2-year starter for the Blue Devils, senior from Fairhope, Alabama, has 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. We did not see him go to the air on drive number 1 inside his own 5-yard line. Lenhart gets the snap this time. He'll throw. RedHawks rush 4, plenty of time. He'll air it down the middle of the field, and it's incomplete. Looking for the tight end, Mitchell Evans, and a flag comes in late. He was covered by Matt Salopek. And Evans, the Ohio native, got his left hand up to the football but couldn't make the one-handed catch, and it looks like they're going to get the MAC Defensive Player of the Year from last season, Matt Salopek, with either a hold or PI. Chuck Martin is livid on the Miami sideline. And pass interference is the call, an automatic first down to begin the drive for Notre Dame.
Yeah, and Chuck Martin's got a reason to be mad. He didn't get the call on literally the last play of the game right before that, and seemed like Matt Salopek's definitely got there a little early, but didn't seem egregious from up here.
Chuck's got to be a little careful here. He is really giving it to the back judge, as Notre Dame now has it into Miami territory from the Red Hawk 49. On 1st and 10, Lenhart hands it off. Down the left side goes Jadarian Price, and into the secondary. Price across the 35-yard line down to the 33. Price, who averaged nearly 6 yards per carry in his freshman season last year, adds 14 to the Miami 35. It's first down Notre Dame with 3:19 to go in the first.
Great run there. Bouncing it to the outside, taking advantage of some of these matchups where they have wide receivers that are very good at blocking on the outside, and that's exactly what they did there.
2 receivers to the right, nobody left with the ball in the left hash. Hands to the ear cups for Riley Lenhart. Gets the snap, design, roll to the right, flings it that way and missed his man, incomplete. Just a poor effort there as he was looking for Chris Mitchell. There is a flag. It looks like it's in the offensive backfield. Never mind, no there isn't. It was announced over the PA, but there is no laundry on the field, and so it'll just bring up 2nd and 10. Design roll and pretty simple throw, just didn't make it.
Yeah, Riley Lenhart still looking to find his groove here early in this game, because even without that penalty, that ball was not caught.
Miami showing pressure 5 wide. Lenhart rolling right, throwing right, and again missed his man, incomplete, looking for Flanagan, the backup tight end. That was almost the exact same play. The only change was that Flanagan was the target as the tight end to the right boundary instead of the receiver and Mitchell, and Lenhart not pressured at all on either throw with plenty of time, just missed a wide open man.
And that ball looked like it might have been able to be caught, but we didn't even see an attempt from Flanagan. As soon as he hit the sideline, we saw on the Jumbotron just sits right down on the bench. Not exactly sure what's going on there.
3rd down and 10 for Notre Dame. Miami brings pressure, and now Lenhart is flushed, running for his life. Flag coming in. Lenhart gets to the near side, still going. He'll tuck and run now to the 30. He's pushed out of bounds and clocked by Corbin Hondrew. And no flag comes in there. That might be fortunate for Miami. We'll check on the flag in the backfield as well. But there's really the first sign of athleticism that Riley Lenhart has. He's an excellent athletic quarterback, ran all over Purdue last year. The call is holding on the offense, and Miami's going to take the penalty and force Notre Dame back 10 yards. So 3rd and 10 from the 35 becomes 3rd and 20 from the 45-yard line, RedHawks side of the field. And the pass rush almost got home, and that's been such an issue for Miami. It hasn't been getting into the backfield. It's just been finishing off the quarterback in these first couple of weeks. And Riley Lenhart will be a load for Miami to deal with his athleticism and legs. But for now, he'll have to convert a long 3rd down or at least try to get the Irish to field goal range. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Lenhart gets the snap. Miami pressuring. Lenhart steps up, throws over the middle, and it is reeled in by Greathouse at the 33-yard line. He's met immediately by Hondrew, who blankets him and brings him down along with Eli Blakey. It's a 12-yard pickup, and that will bring Notre Dame to the brink of field goal range, and they will kick this one. It will officially be a 51-yard field goal from the left hash. So out comes Mitch Jeter. Lou Groza, star of the week on September 4th after the Week 1 game. Had a field goal blocked in the final seconds against Northern Illinois. Last time he was here a couple weeks ago. From the left hash from 51 yards out. The snap is bobbled, and back it goes. Still running to the far side goes the kicker and Jeter. He's going to fling it deep down the field and up the sideline, incomplete. Seemingly no play has been routine in this game. It's been a slippery football. Not sure if the heat has had anything to do with it. But goodness me, a bad snap that got way over the head of Chris Salerno, the holder for Notre Dame. And fortunately, Mitch Jeter got back there, the kicker, and kind of improvised to throw that away and just take the turnover on downs, as that could have been potentially recovered at midfield, or even worse, run the other way for 6 for Miami. RedHawks will get it back, though, and they bend but stop Notre Dame in their own territory with 1:41 to go in the first quarter. Still 0-0, and the RedHawks will move back to the offensive side of the ball from the 33-yard line.
Yeah, a great play there by Jeter. The one thing that doesn't get talked about, though, he took a shot at the end of that. The special teamer that got him from Miami certainly did not waste their chance to take a hit on the kicker that wasn't going to be flagged as roughing the kicker. So we'll have to see. Hopefully there's no implication with that later on in the game, but certainly a gutsy play by Jeter, just throwing that ball away, making sure that it wasn't a huge positive play for Miami. They're just simply taking over where they left off. But you're right, Luke, this game has been anything but routine in a bye game that you would have expected Miami to come in here and get out of the first quarter down upwards of 3 touchdowns. We have not seen anything of the sort. In fact, Miami's showing that they can hold their own, and they're really the only ones putting out real offense right now, it seems like.
Certainly. We'll step aside for a quick break. There's 1:41 to go in the first quarter. Miami's getting the ball back from their own 33-yard line with our score RedHawks 0, Irish 0 from South Bend. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. We're back after the break. Well, with a minute 41 to go in our first quarter, Miami holding their own against the Fighting Irish. No score after a field goal gone wrong, to put it mildly. Snap way over the head of the holder, Chris Salerno, for Notre Dame. And we did not see Mitch Jeter try it from 51 yards out. Instead, he picked it up off his midfield logo, ran for his life, threw it away. And so Miami will take it in what's officially a turnover on downs from their own 33.
Difference of almost 30 yards, I might add.
Absolutely. Gabbert on first down, hands it off. It's Kevin Davis, first try on the ground, bouncing it left side of the line off the tackle to the 35. He is swarmed and dropped there. Combo effort on the line of scrimmage by a couple of Fighting Irish defenders. It looked like Tui Alamaka was there for Notre Dame. Gain of 2 on first down, 2nd and 8 coming up. Ball spotted just inside the left hash of the Miami 35.
Tui Alamaka, he's been flying around the field today. We saw him make a nice stop on 3rd down earlier after the interception he had in the Miami red zone earlier tonight.
Receiver tight end left, 2 receivers right for Gabbert. Takes a couple steps up to yell at the line of scrimmage. Gabbert gets the snap, facing pressure off the edge, steps up and escapes. Gabbert with room to run down the middle of the field. He slides at the 50-yard line. As apprehensive as Gabbert has been against the pass rush early this season, that is much more what we're used to. A quick decision and the right one, using his legs. They'll mark him at the 49. It's a first down for the RedHawks with just over 30 seconds to play in the opening quarter.
And hopefully that's the kickstart play there. We saw him almost check into that same apprehension as he almost dove down to take that sack. But then he said, hey, hold on a minute, I can run for this, and checked into a nice mode there where he got big chunk for the RedHawks.
Miami does have to snap it one last time, and they do. It's a handoff left for Kevin Davis, and he's got plenty of room. Davis shuffling his feet down the far sideline, breaks out of a tackle, and finally driven out of bounds at the 30-yard line of Notre Dame. They'll say he stepped out at the 31 with 5 seconds remaining in the opening quarter. Big rush for Kevin Davis. We're very used to seeing this from him. A threat in the run game as well as the pass game for Miami, listed as the RB2. He can do it from both ways, and the RedHawks are in business as the first quarter comes to a close. So just briefly before we step aside, Zach, not a perfect game by any means, similarly to the first 2 weeks for Miami, but you will absolutely take it. The effort has been good. You've had some breaks go your way, and despite maybe not the cleanest football, it's a football game you're in after 15.
Yeah, absolutely, Luke. And while the scoreboard doesn't necessarily reflect it, if you ask any football fan that doesn't have a bias in this game, they'll tell you Miami won this first quarter. They had a much better succinct drive multiple times. Notre Dame really has looked shaky besides the one big penalty against Matt Salopek that really moved the ball a good margin for them on that last drive that ended in a muffed field goal attempt that was thrown away by Mitch Jeter, their kicker. They really haven't had anything go right for them yet besides a couple 15-yard runs. So Miami has looked the part coming into South Bend. Maybe little Mac, they can't get the monkey off their back. Notre Dame can't. They just maybe have to, in the Marcus Freeman era, say Mac is not going to be a bye game for us anymore after this year. Who knows?
Who knows? Still plenty of football left to be played, but the RedHawks exactly where they want to be after 15. Second quarter on the way, no score. Miami driving. When we come back to South Bend, it's RedHawk ball from the Fighting Irish 31. You're listening to Miami football on RedHawk Radio. We're back after this. Just a reminder, coming up at the half, Sean Wiesemann, Addison, Lenhart have your RedHawk Radio halftime update. Take a look at stats from the opening half of play, some analysis as well, scoreboard from the MAC and around the country. get to the penultimate week of non-con in the Mid-American Conference. We'll preview our second half between Miami and Notre Dame. That coming up 15 minutes of game time at the half. The Red Hawk Radio halftime update. Into quarter number 2 here from South Bend. And Zach Rengers, you and I talking before the break that it's exactly where Miami wants to be. It hasn't been clean. A couple turnovers for the Red Hawks. Now a couple for the Irish as well. And scoreless with Miami driving. You'd love to be in this spot.
Absolutely, and you're right, knocking on the door here of scoring yet again. You got to find a way to get points on this drive regardless of how they come, but you feel very comfortable with where you're at right now, especially with how well your defense is playing after that last drive.
So it's Red Hawk ball on the left hash. One receiver to the short side of the field on the left. That's Javon Tracy. 2 receivers out wide to the right. Gabbert now motioning Cade McDonald from right to left, and he stacks with Tracy as he gets the snap. Gabbert setting his feet, throwing down the far side, has a man, jump ball, and it's incomplete. Oh, goodness. Reggie Virgil nearly pulled that in. Would have been an athletic grab against Jaden Mickey back in coverage, but at the last second, the veteran in Mickey has appeared in every game in the last 2 years for the Irish Pride. That ball free, a couple yards deep in the end zone.
And it was unfortunate how that set up, Luke, with such a deep throw. It had to sit in the air for a while. If it was a line drive, or could have been a line drive from Gabbert, it would have been a very easy catch.
Second down and 10. Redhawks run it up the middle. Mosey dodges the initial tackler, swarmed, but bursts through to the 21, and he's got enough. They'll mark him at the 21-yard line. 10-yard pickup for Keon Mosey, who's really starting to get in rhythm for the first time all year. Came into this game averaging just about 2 yards per carry. That goes for 10. And a fresh set of downs for Miami. They'll say on the scoreboard that the Redhawks are in the red zone. Ball marked just outside the 20-yard line, 1st and 10.
Yeah, and that is set up completely by the play calling we've seen here. They go for a deep shot on the outside. What does Notre Dame do? They spread out the defense. They can't load the box. And then you get 10 yards on the ground right there.
2 receivers either side. Gabbert fakes the run, throws near side. It's complete. Leaping grab inside the 10-yard line. And pointing first down, it's Cam Perry for Miami. I believe that's the first catch of the season for Perry, the redshirt sophomore and Indiana transfer. Mark him down at the 7-yard line. Miami will have it 1st and goal for the second time in the game. Just over a minute gone by into this second quarter. And no points on the board yet.
And that's the Brett Gabbert we know and love there. No thought, just throw. Puts a dot on his receiver there.
2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Virgil motioning tight to the line, now back out wide, standing on the 10-yard line. Gabbert gets the snap, throwing that way near side. Lots of contact, but way overthrown, incomplete. Some hand fighting. Maybe could have drawn a flag if that throw was a little closer to Reggie Virgil, but that ball was about 7 yards past the sideline and nearly into the seats from Gabbert. It'll bring up 2nd and goal.
Yeah, and that little motion pre-snap, Luke, they're trying to identify zone or man. They saw the man matchup, and when Gabbert sees that, he knows he's just going to throw a deep ball on the fade there. Was not able to hook up with him there, but look for them to try to exploit those one-on-one matchups outside here today at Notre Dame Stadium.
Gabbert putting his palms on both sides of his helmet for the play call. 2 receivers on the left and 1 to the right for Gabbert in the shotgun. 2nd and goal from the 7. Dropping back, looking to throw, whips it near side. Whistles and flags come in. This play is blown dead, and Miami will be pushed back.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty clear false start, but the flag for some reason came in late.
Yeah, it was a visible false start, and our game referee, Gary Patterson, saying offense was not set for a full second prior to the snap, and you could certainly tell from up here, as you mentioned. That'll push the Redhawks outside the 10-yard line. They'll back up to the 12 for 2nd and goal. 95 seconds passed in this second quarter, and it's 0-0 between Redhawks and Irish. And Tracy and McDonald at far side, 1 receiver near side.
They've stayed clean from penalties. They've got to keep it that way if they want a chance in this game.
Crowd alike. Gabbert takes the snap, throws far side. It's complete. Tracy trying to get out of a tackle, but he will not go anywhere. Jordan Clark, the nickel from Baton Rouge, wrapped him up. It does go for 5 yards, but despite Tracy's best efforts for elusiveness, he's been good about that today. This time he got gobbled.
Yeah, not a bad play, though, from Miami there. Great in-space tackling by the Notre Dame defense, and even if he didn't get them, there were multiple safeties swarming on the play. But nonetheless, you get a 5-yard gain there, get yourself back within the 10, and see what you can't do here on 3rd down. Set yourself up for a much more manageable play call here.
Marked at the 8-yard line, 3rd down and goal for Miami. Gabbert gets a shotgun snap, has time to throw, one-on-one to the far side, tipped and incomplete. Looking for Reggie Virgil in the back corner of the end zone, and again, blanket coverage provided for the Irish, this time from Benjamin Morrison, their top corner, and the RedHawks will be forced to settle for 3 with 12:36 to go in the second quarter. Dom Jobin is on to attempt his first field goal of the afternoon. This will be about a 25-yard attempt from just inside the right hash. Jobin, who took over kicking duties, injured last year, missed all of the season, originally a punter all MAC season ago. Snap is down, kick is up, and it is good. Pretty good rush there from the Irish, but the kick evaded them and flies through the uprights. Miami draws first blood on the board first. Go the RedHawks with 12:32 to go in the second quarter. Miami leaps in front. It's RedHawks 3 and Fighting Irish 0. Hate to stall out inside the 10 like that, Zach, but you will absolutely take the points. And again, this competitiveness of this team certainly looks to be there, hoping that the coaches now on the sideline can make some of those tactical adjustments.
Yeah, and absolutely, Luke. You love to take the points, and to be completely honest, you don't feel like you got cheated on that drive in the red zone at all. You made them exploit what's one of the best cornerback rooms in America right now. They had blanket coverage on just about every throw of that red zone drive, and you weren't able to come up with anything in the end zone, but nonetheless, you get on the board first. You put the pressure on Notre Dame to come back and score here when your defense has been playing as well as it has. You feel really good about that and getting on the board first.
Notre Dame led the country in defensive passing efficiency last season. If you're Miami, the struggles you have to run the ball, that's not a great matchup on paper. While the run game has been much improved to counter that for the RedHawks, passing game has certainly looked like they're up to the task as well.
Absolutely, and they've been spreading the wealth amongst all their receivers. We've actually seen the least amount of contributions from Cade McDonald, who has been the biggest guy to this point in the year. But that's not necessarily a slight on Cade McDonald. It's a commendable stat for the rest of his wide receiver room. We've seen Reggie Virgil get a couple targets. We've seen Javon Tracy make some nice plays, and that has really taken the heat off of Cade McDonald, who we know down the stretch of this game will find himself in some open situations where he's able to get some nice chunk plays for this offense.
Absolutely. Taking a look at some stats from the opening quarter and change with 12:32 to go in this second quarter. It's Miami 3 and Notre Dame 0. 26-yard field goal from Dom Jobin, his second make of the season, has the RedHawks in front. Miami outgaining Notre Dame by nearly 100, 131-35, 76 through the air, 55 on the ground for the RedHawks. Just 12 passing yards so far for Notre Dame, 23 rushing yards, 3 penalties for 25 yards for Miami, 2 for 13 for the Fighting Irish. 8 first downs for the RedHawks compared to the Irish's just 2. And Notre Dame officially 0 for 3 in late down scenarios. 2 tries on third and 1 try on fourth, which was the botched field goal. But this Notre Dame team has looked a little bit sluggish out of the gate here at home. Certainly didn't help that when they were hoping to defer, get a stop, they did. Their offense was ready to come on the field, muffed a punt, and had to send the defense back out there. But they've certainly looked a little bit off rhythm to begin this game.
Yeah, definitely did not have the picturesque start they were looking for in terms of their scheduled plays from the week's practice, and that has really thrown them off their game, and they have not found the rhythm just yet.
Kellen McLaughlin kicks an end-over-end kick into virtually no wind. It's received a couple yards deep into the end zone by Harrison, and he'll flip it to the far side where this will get cracked for a long run to the exterior. Late flag in on the near side out beyond the 40-yard line. Goes the ball carrier, Osbury, or rather Jeremiah Love, the running back for Notre Dame. Notre Dame reversed the field after that, looked well covered by Miami, looked to be bottled up inside the 15. And then as that went to the far side, everybody was gone from that half of the field when the flag came in, and the signal is, I believe, an illegal block on the Fighting Irish. We'll check where the spot was. Looks to be around the 17-yard line, and that is really going to hamper the field position of Notre Dame offensively. as they will start from their own 9-yard line to begin this drive.
And that's unfortunate for Notre Dame, because if you're a casual fan just watching at home, it looks like, why does that matter? It was way across from the play. But in reality, when you're looking at it from in terms of how it affected the play, it was a block in the back that happened right as the reverse was happening. So it very clearly impacted the play, took one of Miami's coverage guys out of the play entirely, and it's going to be a deep spot here
Originally,
for the Irish.
Yeah.
This is going to be tough.
so the flag was thrown at the 17, then it was pushed back, and now the spot has been moved from the 9 to the 6. So Notre Dame starting for the second time in this game from inside their own 10. 2 men in the backfield for Riley Lenhart with 2 receivers left and 1 to the right. Lenhart on first down. He hands it off underneath. Check it. He kept it. Fake the handoff to Williams, and Lenhart gets cracked after a short gain, getting to the 9-yard line. Pickup of 3 on first down for the athletic quarterback of Riley Lenhart. Davey O'Brien, grade 8 list this past week for his performance against Purdue. Had 3 rushing touchdowns against the Boilermakers.
Yeah, and Luke, we talked about off air before the game, if Brett Gabbert can get those 1 or 2 nice runs, that could be the difference. We've seen one of them, and we have not seen anything from Riley Lenhart yet.
Handoff goes to Love, and he's swarmed in the backfield on second down. Another chance for a read there, and Lenhart just made the wrong decision. Should have pulled, had a whole ton of room down the right side, but hung his man Jeremiah Love out to drive back to the 6-yard line of the Fighting Irish. It's a loss of 3, and it's 3rd down and 10 coming up for Notre Dame. 0 for 2 thus far in converting.
And a huge 3rd down here. If you can get a stop deep in Notre Dame territory, set your offense up super well after they just opened up the scoring last drive.
Handoff goes to the far side, and after a short pickup, Devin Ford gets brought down. Tried to worm through a couple of tacklers, and Ford, the senior and 6th year from Penn State, is brought down after a short pickup. Red Hawk fans are starting to make some noise in the background of a rain of Irish boos. Notre Dame will punt this one back to Miami with the ball on the left hash of their own 8-yard line, and Cade McDonald stands in Irish territory at the 48. James Rendell back to punt, about 2/3 of the way into his end zone. Miami does not rush. And a spiraling end-over-end kick again sends McDonald backward, but this time with room to run. Catches it at the 37, dodges 2 tacklers, now worming forward. McDonald spins and stacked up just beyond the 45-yard line to the 46. And that is much more like the all-MAC punt returner in Cade McDonald that Miami grew to love last year. Really hadn't seen as much of that from him this season, but that return goes for about 12 yards and sets Miami up with good field position with 10:24 to go in the second quarter, leading 3-0. The RedHawks will start from their own 47-yard line.
And a really good punt that, while it was a nice return by Cade McDonald, that was a great punt. You mentioned how Cade was set up in Notre Dame territory. He had to retreat about 25, 30 yards just to catch that one. So that might have saved what could have been a good return turned great return if it wasn't as nice of a punt off the foot of the Notre Dame punter there.
Absolutely. James Rendell, he's a Pro Kick Australia alum. College football has grown to really get used to those guys, especially at the upper ranks of college football, handling the punting duties. And he certainly helped the Irish's case to pin Miami back with not as good field position, starting in their own territory by just a few yards.
And you talk about the Australian school of football kicking. You know who's someone that marched in here and got a win a few years back as an Australian kicker? Mason Fletcher from the Bearcats. They're not a big fan of him here at Notre Dame, but that was back when their coach was on the Bearcats staff, and they got a nice win during that year, and that was en route to the college football playoff that they experienced that year.
Back in the Brian Kelly era of Notre Dame. And by the way, if you were to just go based off the vibe that you got in the week leading up, the familiarity between staffs, Chuck Martin, former Brian Kelly assistant, was the defensive coordinator here at Notre Dame before he came to Miami. You'd think these teams have seen each other a lot, couple of very historic programs. Miami, the 3rd winningest group of 5 program in the country, in Notre Dame with 11 national titles to their name. However, this is only the 3rd meeting all time, and the last one came under Chuck Martin in 2017. A 52-17 Fighting Irish win here in South Bend. But Pretty wild that these two historic Midwestern football programs have only met twice before ever prior to today.
Yeah, and you talk about the parallels between the coaching staffs. Obviously, Chuck Martin, former assistant and coordinator here at Notre Dame. Marcus Freeman on the other side, very familiar with Miami, coming from UC under Luke Fickell for years. And so it's just, you're absolutely right. It's interesting how we haven't seen these two teams meet. It seems like every year we do some non-conference games, Luke, and we've got at least a schedule of 8 different meetings before this, but only the third meeting between these two teams. So interesting nonetheless that this is only the third time that we're seeing them.
Miami has never beaten Notre Dame before. First time Marcus Freeman is facing off against the RedHawks as a head coach. Here we go. Miami starts from the 47-yard line. One receiver on the right and 3 to the left for Gabbert. Takes the snap. Time to throw. Looking over the middle, and it's incomplete. He looked for McDonald, who went down. And the coverage was provided on the play for Notre Dame by Rod Hurd, the safety and Northwestern grad transfer. Came into this Irish program. 2nd and 10 coming up for Miami.
Just a little wide of McDonald there, but same old from Brett Gabbert in the pocket there. Looked very comfortable under duress and just threw it out just a little wide, but nonetheless, not an egregious throw at all from the veteran.
Twins left, 2 tight ends stacked right side of the line. Now one motioned into the backfield. Kevin Davis will head from Gabbert's right to the left side. Gabbert takes the snap, stepping up. He is swallowed. Gabbert back to the 44-yard line. Notre Dame's pass rush finally gets to him for their first sack of the game. And this will bring Miami behind the sticks for a long 3rd down as we move under 10 minutes to go in the opening half. RedHawks up 3-0, and Miami will need 13 to move the chains.
And it was a nice stunt on the left side there. We saw the edge rusher go to the inside rusher go to the outside, and it just confused that right side of the line for Miami, and we're going to see a penalty marker well before the play.
Miami was running. It looked like Kevin Davis off the field way late. He was with the group. So he was getting ready to line up, and it's an illegal substitution call on the RedHawks that's going to back them up 5 yards and make it an even tougher 3rd down. 18 now needed as Davis will head back on.
Yeah, and it makes you question whether we're going to see a real play call to try to get these 18 or just make it a more manageable punt to try to flip the field for Bevelheimer here after that penalty.
Gabbert will work out of the gun. He's got 3 receivers wide to the left. That's the long side of the field, 1 to the short side right. Gabbert gets the snap, and he will hand this one off. Down the right side goes Mosey, breaks through the line, and gets a pretty nice gain to the 45, but well short. He gets 6 on 3rd down. Miami will churn this clock under 9 minutes to go in this first half, but the RedHawks will be forced to bring out Alec Bevelheimer and punt this one away. Bevelheimer's season has been a little inconsistent. That's been a theme really for a lot of these returning RedHawks with high hopes. He was named to the Ray Guy Award watch list in preseason, as now Miami's lined up in a really weird formation with everybody lined up out wide. Now they'll all motion to the line and get set. And for Notre Dame, the kick is away. It's a high end-over-end kick. And just outside the 10-yard line, a fair catch called for and made by Harrison. Or rather, that was not Harrison. That was back there for Notre Dame. But regardless, fair catch made at the 13-yard line. And that is where Notre Dame will start on offense. 8:32 to go, 2nd quarter. It's Miami 3, Fighting Irish 0. And Riley Leonard will be back out for his next drive and leading this offense. And after he ran all over Purdue last week, Miami's done a pretty good job in limiting him. See what he can do on this next drive. Twins stacked to the right. 1 receiver out left for Riley Leonard. Clapping his hands, he will now motion a man right to left. That's Thomas. And get the snap. Handoff on 1st down. Gets past the initial tacklers up the left side for Love. Or Price, rather, who gets out beyond the 20-yard line with a big chunk pickup on 1st down. Ty Wise makes the stop after an 8-yard gain. 2nd and 2 coming up for the Fighting Irish.
Nice gain there on 1st down. They've been playing behind the sticks for a lot of today. See them finally get on schedule here, see if that can ignite this offense.
Lenhart gets the snap, immediately fires far side, complete just beyond the sticks, reaching out the football dangerously goes Thomas as he is immediately restricted, but does have enough for the first down to the 25-yard line. It's a 3-yard gain. Actually mark him at the 24, but nonetheless move the chains for Notre Dame as the clock rolls under 7:40 to go in this first half. Fighting Irish down 3. Two receivers out wide to the right with a tight end stacked tight to the formation. One receiver left for Riley Lenhart. Price to his left in the backfield. Out of the shotgun. Tight end is Evans. Motion from right to left. Now he'll head back the other way. Snap is back. The handoff goes up the middle and breaking through Price. Shimmies across the 30-yard line to the 32. Swung down there by a couple of RedHawks. Looked like Brian Agu in on the stop after a 7-yard gain for Miami. And Notre Dame will line up quickly here, looking to push Miami back up to the Fighting Irish 32-yard line with under 7 to play in the half. Lenhart going hard count, now gets the snap with time. Will fling it far side, pass complete. It's Evans, the tight end, to the 38. Ty Wise drills him there. But Evans, Senior Bowl watch list member from Wadsworth, Ohio, gets some more Fighting Irish yardage to the 38, and a Notre Dame first down will bring the Fighting Irish back to the line quickly, and Miami will take their time in bringing Nazir Washington, the defensive tackle, on as the last substitution. Forces Notre Dame to slow it down a bit. They'll bring the play clock under 20. Miami defensive line jumped, and this is a free play for Notre Dame. Leonard's going to dump it deep down the near side, and it's incomplete, but a flag there as well. Jordan Faison, it was the intended target. That's going to be pass interference and likely offsides on the defense as well, but the Fighting Irish will probably take the 15, and that'll move them around midfield with just over 6 minutes to play in the half.
Yeah, just a mess of a play there from the Miami defense. Very clear offsides call. And then also a pass interference that was about as easy as it gets to make in terms of a call. When you don't get your head around on the ball and you don't make a play on it and you just run into your receiver, that's going to be pass interference every day of the week and twice on Sundays.
So that'll bring the Fighting Irish into Miami territory to the Red Hawk 47 with 6:19 to go, down 3-0 in this first half. Backs to either side of Riley Lenhart, now motioning Love out wide to the left. Two receivers now either side. Lenhart gets a high snap but handles it, throwing, looking for Love on the far side. Hands on it, but it falls incomplete. Maybe an executive decision there by Love with two RedHawks lurking to just let that football drop instead of trying to secure and take a heavy hit, looking for maybe a chance to jar that free for a couple RedHawks in the area. Matt Salopek delivered a hit on the running back for Notre Dame, 2nd and 10 coming up.
Yeah, they sniffed that one out, and Love, after having such a big week last week against Purdue, we have not seen much of him today.
Lenhart gets the snap, it's a handoff, and into the backfield. Price gets wrapped, but a flag is in. Price will go for a loss of about 2 yards, but we'll have to check on this flag, and not a great sign based on where it is for the RedHawks. It's a face mask on Miami, and just a killer penalty in that spot after would have been looking at a 3rd down and 12 for Notre Dame from midfield. They'll now move well within Miami territory. 15 yards brings them down to the 32-yard line of the RedHawks, and they'll have a fresh set of downs to work with from the left hash.
An unnecessary play there too. He had a defender draped on his back. You didn't need to grab him in the face mask. You just needed to wrap up on the body.
Handoff down the left side. Love shimmying through the pile, gets near the sticks, and put on his back at the Miami 22-yard line. They'll mark him just shy of the first down marker. It's a pickup of 9, and 2nd and 1 will result as we approach 5.5 to go in this first half. Notre Dame driving, trailing 3-0.
They're going tempo here. We saw the RedHawks take their time on that substitution. They're not going to make the same mistake. Notre Dame isn't.
Two receivers both sides, and now Evans, the tight end, motioned wide out left to the right. Lenhart gets the snap, looking that way, now throws over the middle, pass complete for short yardage. Salopek all over the receiver making the catch for Notre Dame. That's Jaden Harrison, the Marshall transfer, who caught it at the Miami 18-yard line for a 4-yard gain. Good open field tackle by Salopek. And the Fighting Irish will move into the red zone with under 5 to play in the first half. It's 1st and 10 for the Red Hawk 18. Ball in the middle of the field, 2 receivers both sides. The back is Price, about 2 yards to the right of Riley Lenhart. Getting the snap, handoff is faked, and now shimmying. It's a keep for Lenhart, who dodges the first tackler at the line of scrimmage and hop steps for maybe a gain of 1 or 2. Rather, a gain of 4. Check that on the far side. Eli Blakey made the stop at the Red Hawk 14-yard line. 2nd and 6 coming up for the Fighting Irish with 4:29 left to go. Miami with 1 timeout left, should be noted, and Notre Dame will get the kick to begin the second half. So a chance to potentially double dip for the Irish with 3 on the right and 1 on the left for Riley Lenhart. Price again the back this time to his quarterback's left side. Lenhart gets the snap, fakes the handoff, throwing far side. Is it reeled in next to the ground? It is. Inside the 10-yard line for Jaden Thomas. That pass was not where it probably should have been, but Thomas made an acrobatic catch to reach behind him and pull it in. He goes down immediately, making that catch against the turf. But that's a first down for Notre Dame to the 8-yard line of Miami with under 4 to play in the half. Twins on both sides for Notre Dame. Lenhart out of the shotgun, front foot offset. Takes the snap, fakes the run, juking back towards the middle. Lenhart cutting through down the center of the hashes and into the end zone for a Fighting Irish touchdown. 8-yard run for the athletic dual threat quarterback Riley Lenhart. He had 3 of those last week. He's into the end zone for the first Irish touchdown here in week 4 with 3:33 to go in this second quarter. Notre Dame takes their first lead at 6-3 with PAT pending.
Well, that's what we were looking for all night, Luke, was Riley Lenhart and the show that he can put on with his legs. We had not seen it yet, but that's the first real glimpse of it that we've gotten. A couple nice juke moves to spin out of the tackle from Matt Salopek and company and was able to waltz into the end zone.
Jeter knocks the extra point right through into the palms of the All-State net. And it is 7-3 Notre Dame with 3:33 left to go in our opening half. Just goes to show, Zach, this is not a MAC team. You play so well for the first handful of drives if you're Miami on the defensive side of the ball, but Notre Dame does what they have done in previous weeks against the likes of Texas A&M and Purdue, and just working a surgical drive from their own side of the field to pick you apart and get all the way into the end zone. 10 plays, 87 yards, over 4:59, capped off by the Riley Lenhart 8-yard rushing TD, and Notre Dame's got their first lead.
Yeah, and that's what's going to happen against good teams like Notre Dame. But to be completely fair, Luke, they were the beneficiaries of 2 15-yard penalties on that drive. You know, if you can take those out of the play for Miami, who knows what happens with that drive. So you can't get too caught up on the score there if you're Miami. You have to stay with what you've been doing. You've played a great game to this point. You just got to try to find a way to get back in that rhythm on offense. And it wasn't a perfect drive if you ask Marcus Freeman. He would have liked to probably milk a couple more minutes off that clock, because you're leaving now a veteran quarterback in Brett Gabbard who has shown flashes of greatness here today with 3 minutes 33 seconds before the half, and we could very well see, if Miami puts a drive together, we could see them take a lead into the halftime.
1 timeout to work with for the RedHawks, and you think about the early usage for Miami of those timeouts. It could maybe come back to hurt you a little bit here, considering that it didn't end up helping you get points, but Miami was looking for a big 4th down conversion and thought best of it to talk it over before eventually missing on a 4th down play, looking for Kevin Davis in that first quarter. Miami's outpossessed Notre Dame by a little over 4 minutes. Fighting Irish starting to claw back in the total yard game, as Miami now has a 39-yard advantage, 134 to 95. Miami's also run 8 more plays from scrimmage and has been into Notre Dame territory now 3 times with just 3 points. And again, you don't want to put too much stock into it in the big picture, Zach, considering the quality of competition Miami's played to start the year, but it is a little bit concerning against Northwestern, against Cincinnati last week, and now again against Notre Dame. The amount of times Miami gets past the 50-yard line and just can't score, and when they do, it's seemingly more often 3 than 6.
Yeah, they've got to find a way to finish out these drives. We've seen so many great starts for drives by the RedHawks this year. We've seen some great plays in enemy territory, but they have not been able to get that final push in drives, or that knockout punch, if you will. They've got to find a way to dig deep and get that going forward here.
Mitch Jeter places the ball on the tee. Turns around, crown of his helmet illuminated by the sun. Notre Dame wearing the classic gold helmets here at home. Jeter swinging his arms back and forth, points left and right. And we'll boot this one away with Kevin Davis awaiting back deep for Miami. End-over-end kick that falls 8 yards deep in the end zone. Davis arms out to his sides. Will take the touchback with 3:33 to go in this second quarter. Miami with 1 timeout to work with, down 7-3. They'll need to go 75 yards. Should be noted the kicking game's been a little bit of a question mark for Miami. Tom Jobin now 2 for 3 on the season and missed from 50 against Northwestern. Should it come down to an end-of-the-half kick, RedHawks have Kellen McLaughlin, their kickoff specialist, who carries a little bit of a stronger leg. So if Miami has to kick from the high 50s range, we would likely see McLaughlin go out to attempt it, and that is certainly in the question for the RedHawks should they get to that territory. But we will cross that bridge further should we get there. Brett Gabbert on the offense back out. Cade McDonald motion to the far side where he's stacked as a twin. Gabbert gets the snap, throws that way. Catch made by McDonald with blockers. Galloping down the far sideline, McDonald shoved out of bounds. We'll see where they mark him. It'll be at the 41-yard line of Notre Dame. It's a 16-yard gain. And finally, Cade McDonald, Miami's leading receiver with 8 catches in both of the first 2 games. Really starting to get going a little bit here for this Red Hawk group.
Yeah, and a great play there by Benjamin Morrison, able to push him out of bounds, because if he didn't get him, no one was going to, and it was a tightrope walk that he was able to influence his weight out of bounds, because that could have been a touchdown for Miami.
McDonald again motioned to the far side. This time he'll stop short and sit tight to the line. Gabbert gets the snap, pocket collapsing, throws a high ball near side, looking for Tracy, who lost his footing. It falls incomplete. Little overcooked on that throw from Gabbert into the Miami sideline. But again, one-on-one coverage. The recognition of that has been excellent from Brett Gabbert in this game, but the touch on that deep ball hasn't quite been there.
Yeah, absolutely, but he's making strides there, Luke. We didn't see any type of duress shown from Gabbert there. He was able to simply sift through the pocket and get a ball out to the sideline, just a little overthrown, and we'll see him start to dial in those throws as he gets more and more comfortable as the year goes on.
Chuck Martin is furious. Miami was all over the place trying to get lined up, and he's got to call timeout. Clock a little bit on the side of the RedHawks in that there's still 2:57 left to go, so you're not necessarily looking at a 2-minute drill with no timeouts yet as you're approaching midfield, but that's Miami's last chance to stop the clock, with the exception of the new 2-minute timeout in college football. But Miami will huddle up here after taking their final TO with 2:57 to go, trailing 7-3. They'll have it 2nd and 10 from their own 41-yard line on the right hash.
And that'll be something that's talked about in the locker room at halftime. Having to use 3 timeouts before crunch time, all because of pre-snap inability to get ready. That's something that's going to make Chuck Martin pull out his hair in the locker room at halftime here.
Offense back out. Trips on the left side, tight to the formation. Lone receiver out right for Brett Gabbert, who's operating out of the shotgun. Stepping up to the line to give orders. He motions Downing from his right to his left. Claps gets the snap, and the handoff goes to Downing, who works his way forward and pushes the pile past the 45-yard line to the 47, where he is drowned there. But a significant pickup on 2nd down there. 3rd down and 4 after the 6-yard gain, going for a half dozen for Dylan Downing. Miami will make some substitutions and bring out Virgil, Davis, and McDonald, more of the receiving threats for this 3rd down and short.
Yeah, and Luke, it goes without saying on every drive that if you can keep the ball moving, it's setting up well, but especially on this one for Miami with where the clock is, if they can keep the ball moving and get ahead of the chains here, They're setting up very nicely to maybe put a score up before halftime.
Two receivers either side. Gabbert gets the snap, looking to throw, going deep down the far side. Double coverage. It's off the fingertips, incomplete, of Kevin Davis. Well placed ball from Brett Gabbert, and in double coverage with safety help, Davis nearly came down with that football. But with 2:07 left, an unfortunate end to that drive for Miami. They'll have to punt here as Alec Bebelheimer is on to kick this hopefully deep into Irish territory.
Yeah, it was a great throw there and perfect timing on the help there from Adon Schuler there, getting there right on time with the ball so as to not draw a penalty for pass interference.
Notre Dame showing all tons of pressure, and the snap comes back, and it's going to be on Miami. That was scary for a second there for the Fighting Irish, who were trying to time the snap count, but the RedHawks were the ones who flinched first, and that'll back Miami up. They were within the defensive offside territory to maybe move the chains, but RedHawks were not properly set. And again, these penalties, which have mostly been either procedural pre-snap or the big hitters for 15 yards, continue to hurt Miami, as this will be a punt that is end over end, and a fair catch is called for and made just inside the 20-yard line by Faison for Notre Dame. They'll mark him at the 19, and that is where the offense will start for the Irish, still with 3 timeouts and the 2-minute timeout to work with, as there's 2 minutes and 1 second left here in this first half. Fighting Irish lead at 7-3. And despite some of the struggles seemingly for Notre Dame in this first half, Zach, with all 3 timeouts, going down the field, getting 6, and then immediately getting it booted back to you out of the break, could really
blow up this game.
Yeah, it could be a haymaker.
This is a ginormous stand that the defense needs to make for this season if they want to have a chance to pull off the unthinkable here in South Bend.
Handoff on first down goes to Love up the middle, across the 25 to the 27. He is gobbled up there, and that will bring us to the 2-minute timeout after an 8-yard gain. Basically a freebie for Notre Dame to run the ball without running the clock at all, as Eli Blakey makes the stop, and we have reached the 2-minute timeout. We'll take a break here from South Bend. Minute 55 to go for the Fighting Irish to work with, looking to drive down and score. They'll get it at a halftime as well, and they lead it 7-3. You're listening to Miami football on RedHawk Radio. Minute 55 to go at the 2-minute timeout. 3 timeouts for Notre Dame, leading 7-3 over Miami. They've got the ball 2nd and 2 from their own 27-yard line. 2 receivers both sides for Riley Lenhart. He's got Anais Williams to his right and gets the snap looking to throw. Lenhart flings far side, falls short, incomplete. He was looking for his tight end in Mitchell Evans, and more boos rain down from this South Bend crowd. This will be a 3rd down and short. Rayon Schrader looked a little upset with himself, potentially thinking about making a break on that football to take that the other way, as that was well underthrown. But now Notre Dame's going to need a clutch 3rd down conversion in their own territory. They need just 2 yards, 1 receiver left and 2 to the right. What in the world went on there? There was a man running out of the Miami sideline as Lenhart got the snap and ran down the right side, and he gets across midfield. Goodness. Miami
must only had 10 on the field.
Yeah, Javon Hammonds just ran off the sideline as that ball was being snapped. Anyways, 48-yard line go the Irish. Lenhart throws near side. It's incomplete. Coverage by Schrader, Miami's star sophomore cornerback, breaks that one up, but through the cloud of dust, Notre Dame's got it 2nd and 10 from their own 48-yard line. Minute 35 to go, leading 7-3 in this first half. Still all 3 timeouts for the Fighting Irish. 1 receiver short side of the field right, 3 to the left. Evans now motion left to right as the tight end. He lines up out wide beyond the numbers. Lenhart gets the snap, looking right now left, throwing over the middle, and it is caught between the hashes by Chris Mitchell. The FIU transfer didn't catch a pass last week. He gets a 14-yard catch to the Miami 38, and with under 90 seconds to go, Notre Dame will go quick. Tempo back to the line. Lenhart claps and will now stand back up.
Interesting to see we're not going to get any type of review on that. Looked like it might have been bobbled near the turf.
Lenhart looking for it all down the near side. It is caught in the end zone. Blown coverage for Bo Collins. Touchdown Notre Dame. That was just one-on-one, and Collins blew by his man. And Notre Dame in breakneck speed, just 50 seconds, goes torching down the field and in for 6. And this game has gotten a whole lot tougher for Miami, as they're now down 2 scores with 65 seconds remaining in the half.
Yeah, and Bo Collins was one of their go-to guys last week against Purdue, and he just flew down the sidelines there, had one-on-one coverage, and you're absolutely right, Luke, just blew past his man.
Jeter on for the PAT, and he drives it down Broadway. And that was impressive. Fighting Irish go just 50 seconds to go 81 yards. 56 seconds, I should say. 81 yards over 6 plays. And Notre Dame has deflated this Miami sideline a bit with 1:05 seconds to go. It's now 14-3.
Yeah, and that was against the freshman Luke Evans from Miami. Redshirt freshman, I might add, and just busted off the line and was not able to ever catch up with Bo Collins, who knows, if he continues his production, might find himself on the All-American list at the end of this season.
Clemson transfer brought in by Marcus Freeman. And as you mentioned, big impact last week, big impact this season for the senior from LA. You would love to get a good return here if you're Miami. Still 1:05 to work with, no timeouts, but would like to try a long field goal and at least get to the locker room within a score. But the most important thing is we've seen how quickly Notre Dame can score and cannot give this team on the other side a chance for another explosive play. Knuckling kick, it lands at the 5-yard line and trickles into the end zone for a touchback. Just to the right of Kevin Davis, Miami will start from their own 25-yard line. So how aggressive is Chuck Martin here?
I think you got to be The reason for the pause is because I truly don't know, Luke, to be completely honest. You want to try to go and get a score on the board, but you also absolutely, unequivocally cannot afford to have a mishap that gives the ball back to Notre Dame before this half is up.
Gabbert's got two receivers left and one to the right. McDonald motioning from left to right as Gabbert gets the snap. Pressure up the middle. Gabbert will tuck and run down the left side. He's swirled around and down he goes at the 25-yard line. It'll go for no gain as the clock moves under a minute to go and Marcus Freeman will call timeout. So especially given where Miami's at in their own end and Notre Dame carrying a very good kicker in Mitch Jeter, who can hit from well beyond 50. Marcus Freeman says, I want the ball back here. His defense can get a stop. He's still got 2 timeouts left. His team leads at 14-3. And there's 59 seconds remaining for this second down and 10 coming up for Miami from their own 25.
Well, that just answered our question there, Luke. How aggressive is Chuck Martin going to be? He's going to pull out all the stops and try to march it down the field. We saw a empty set by the time the ball was snapped there for Miami, so they are going to try to go all out for this, and I can't blame them, especially now with Marcus Freeman showing his hand that he's going to call timeouts. You got to try to get a first down, and you got to try to get one quick here if you're Miami.
3 receivers on the right, 1 to the left, ball on the left hash. Gabbert gets the snap back, looking to throw. Now he'll tuck, facing pressure. He lofts a high ball into the Miami bench, incomplete. That'll allow the Fighting Irish to conserve a timeout. 53 seconds remaining. Boubacar Traore, the freshman from Boston, on the pressure to make Gabbert get rid of it. With 53 seconds to go, ball is actually marked, I beg your pardon, at the 24-yard line. So Brett lost a yard on that first down play, and now it's 3rd down and 10. 3rd down and 11, rather.
Yeah, and it's go time here for Gabbert. You got to find a way to connect, and if nothing else, make Notre Dame use another timeout so they don't have 2 timeouts with under a minute left for this last drive if they get the ball back.
2 receivers both sides. Gabbert will throw down the near side into double coverage. Not even close, incomplete. Way overshot Reggie Virgil into Notre Dame territory around the 45-yard line of the Irish. Late flag comes in, and the Miami sideline is clapping. And this could be an unsportsmanlike. The DB back in coverage was Benjamin Morrison, and he might have had some words for the Miami sideline there as the official on the near side threw a flag well after that play was over. There was virtually no contact. And it is unsportsmanlike conduct. I beg your pardon, though. It's on Adon Schuler, who was the safety help over the top there, and that'll keep the Miami drive alive.
And that's a killer. There is no way around it. That is one of the worst plays you're going to see today because you didn't have to use a timeout. You were coming off the field, and you were going to be set up with great field position. That wipes off all of that, and with how your offense just scored the ball, you were pretty much primed to go down and score another touchdown. That is about as costly of a mistake as you can make.
Miami now could run the clock out if they wanted to, as long as they could take 8 seconds on live play, and they will hand it off on first down. Downing swerves out of a tackle, and he's put down at the 41-yard line. Marcus Freeman will call timeout with 43 seconds left to go. As Downing gets to the 44-yard line of Notre Dame, it's a 5-yard pickup. Again, Miami's still looking at the Notre Dame 35 for field goal range, so you'd need about 21 more yards to get in range. And it is Kellen McLaughlin that is warming up his legs. So as we mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, if Miami had to kick something from the likes of 55 plus, they would likely try to do it, but it would probably be with their kickoff specialist in McLaughlin just trying to blast one instead of the normal starting kicker, Dom Jobin.
Certainly raises the question now, Luke, with that timeout being called by Marcus Freeman, which I'm pretty surprised by after that penalty. I would have thought they were just ready to let the clock run out. Is Chuck Martin going to go back to calling a aggressive play, trying to get a chunk of yards here, or is he content just running out this clock?
Two receivers both sides. Gabbert claps and gets the snap, and he will look to throw. Gabbert with time. Now the pocket collapses. Gabbert will run, and he's got room down the far side. Gabbert across midfield slides as two Irish defenders crash down, but he got to the 49-yard line. That's a first down, and now Miami can hurry this up here.
And that's a big play that he got the first down because that stops the clock momentarily. But Miami's taking too long. They're huddling up to make a play call. You've got to simply go.
20 seconds now remaining, clock moving. RedHawks to the Irish 49. Gabbert gets the snap, looking near side. He'll fire it out of bounds.
And that just completely wiped out their potential to maybe put up a field goal in this half. Just no urgency after that first down. I am befuddled to say the absolute least. They ran.
Oh, and they're going to get him for intentional grounding, and that's going to be the end of the half. So it'll be a 10-second runoff, and this will likely mean Miami will just kneel. It's a loss of down, and so that will make it second down, and the clock will be set to 2 seconds, I believe. Still haven't done it, but it's going to back Miami up to their own 45-yard line. And yeah, Notre Dame has the option for the runoff, and they took it. And so that will mark it down to 2 seconds, and now I'd imagine Miami's just going to kneel here.
And what a horrible turn of events there. You got a positive play to pick up a first down, knocking on the door of field goal range, and that's how you respond. There is going to be a lot to talk about in the halftime after the way that half ended for Miami.
Well, Miami does not need to kneel. The intentional grounding penalty means the clock runs upon the set of the ball, and so we've hit zeros on this first half, and after a great first and not so great second, mostly towards the tail end for Miami, they will head into the locker room down 14-3 to the 17th ranked team in the land, Notre Dame. Irish have the option to receive the second half kickoff. Again, Zach, this game started well for Miami, all things considered, as they came out of that first quarter without having given anything up. They had the lead for a little bit as well. Notre Dame marched down the field and scored. You would have been content if you're Miami to get stops and go into the locker room down 7-3. This has become a lot tougher after that drive that took less than a minute for Notre Dame to find the end zone.
Yeah, very frustrating with how well the defense played in that first quarter to follow it up with how they did right before the half, with letting them score in about just over a minute in terms of possession. Was not the end of the half you were looking for, and now you find yourself in a much different situation. If it's 7-3 and they get the ball, you're looking for a stop, and then you're looking to go and take the lead after that. Now you've got a lot of work to do down 11 here in Notre Dame Stadium. This is going to be a tall task for this Red Hawk crew coming out of halftime.
We'll take a break, and when we come back, Addison, Lenhart, Sean Wiesemann will have your Red Hawk Radio halftime update. Zach and I back for the call of the second half. Just about 20 minutes time. Stay with us at the half from South Bend. Our score, Notre Dame 14 and Miami 3. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. The halftime update is next.
You are listening to the Red Hawk Radio halftime show from South Bend, Indiana and Notre Dame Stadium. The Miami RedHawks trailing the 17th ranked Notre Dame Fighting Irish by a score of 14-3. I'm Addison Lenhart alongside Sean Wiesemann, bringing you the halftime coverage. And Sean, it was an interesting first half to say the least. Miami played the Irish fairly competitively throughout the first half, but those last 5 minutes really did the RedHawks in, it seemed.
Yeah, absolutely. It seemed like so many mental miscues once again that are absolutely keeping this team from greatness. I mean, you get at the very end of that half, you get the Gabbert incompletion that ended up being intentional grounding, and then you have multiple other miscues. You got the interception at the 3-yard line, and all these little things that once again are just starting to add up for this RedHawks squad and are keeping them from being in the win column here.
Yeah, and we talked about Brett Gabbert coming into the season quite a bit, a 6th-year senior, returning to Miami, looking to win some big games this year and lead them back to the promised land in the Mid-American Conference. But Gabbert has really struggled out of the gate so far in this season. He's added another interception to his ledger earlier today. That's an interception in each of his first 3 games so far this season, only 10 for 24 for 92 yards and a 42% completion percentage. His play so far this season and early on in this game has really plagued Miami so far early on.
No, you're absolutely right. It's been hard to watch at times because this is a guy we know what he's capable of. This man was a first-team preseason All-MAC player at quarterback, and he has not looked like an All-MAC quarterback at all for large stretches of this season, which has been disappointing to say the least because, like you said, he's a 6th-year senior. He's seen it all. He's played in so many big games. He's played at UC multiple times. He's played at Kentucky. He's playing at Notre Dame now. There's no moment too big. He's played at multiple MAC championships. Why is he suddenly getting so rattled? I don't know, but it looks like it might be a confidence issue or whatever. But regardless, it's been really hard to watch, and it's been really disappointing for a guy who we know is capable of so much more.
Yeah, and you talk about quarterback play. Riley Lenhart on the opposite sideline for the Fighting Irish seemed to get a little bit more comfortable as the half went on there. 7 for 12, 83 yards. His first touchdown pass of the season came late in that first half to stretch out that Notre Dame lead to 14-3. But Lenhart still looked pretty uncomfortable early on in this game. Some errant throws. This game really could be stretched out a fair bit wider of a margin than we have at 14-3 right now. What did you like about Riley Lenhart's play in that first half, Sean?
I'm going to be honest, not a lot. I didn't like a lot of that, unless you're a Miami fan, in which case you did like a lot of it. I mean, he was missing wide open throws to the flat. He was checking down to receivers that he didn't need to check down to. I mean, only 12. That really great pass at the end of Bo Collins kind of made up for it on the touchdown completion there. But overall, it was just kind of an ugly game. And also, he had that really great run towards the end of the half as well to really set up on a 3rd and 2. Other than that, though, it feels like his impact has been relatively negligible, especially for a guy who, as Irish fans would certainly hope that he was the first-round pick many thought coming into the 2023 season. He just has really underperformed those expectations.
Yeah, and as you said, just not a ton of impact early on in this game. He was able to get on the board a couple of times, but certainly has missed some crucial throws that have really plagued Notre Dame on the offensive end. And then for both teams, just some miscommunication and some miscues on both sides of the ball. Miami, as you said, with that intentional grounding at the end of the half, kind of a mismanagement of the clock, I think, by quarterback Brett Gabbert and coach Chuck Martin. Miami had a chance around midfield to get themselves into field goal range at the end of that half, make this a one-possession game. They were unable to do so, and Notre Dame muffed punt, and then a miss snap that resulted in Notre Dame coming away with nothing on a field goal attempt. And so this margin really could be a lot different.
More substantial for sure.
Than it is at 14-3.
Yeah.
And when you look at what Miami did defensively, some bright spots, particularly Brian Agu, who really blew up a number of Notre Dame run plays. Jeremiah Love had real problems getting free of that Miami defensive line in that first half. It was really Jadarian Price who had the most success on the ground, and then Riley Lenhart for the Irish, both of them averaging well over 7 yards a carry in that first half.
Yeah, it really was the run game that they had to lean on in that because they weren't getting a lot done in the passing game. 83 yards doesn't typically win you a whole lot of football games unless you're really running the ball well like the Notre Dame Fighting Irish have.
Yeah, and we kind of gave Miami a lot of guff in the pregame and just throughout this week for their inability to run the ball. They've certainly improved on that front. Up to 75 rushing yards in that first half. It was really Keon Mosey and Kevin Davis who led that attack. Dylan Downing also quite a bright spot early on in that first half. What'd you think of Miami's run attack going on?
I was surprised. We talked before the show about the use of the empty set, and there was some success from the empty set early on, but they really elected to go away from that once they started to be able to run the ball. It's clear that Chuck Martin and his offensive staff feel much more comfortable with Brett Gabbert with a running back next to him or in the pistol. I mean, and it works. It has worked. Like you said, they're 15 carries for 75 yards. That's very good against a very stout, very, very stout Notre Dame defensive line. That's something that we could continue to key on for the rest of the game, because that could potentially really help them later down the line here.
Yeah, we talked about this week as well, Cade McDonald's impact early on in this young season. 2 catches for 37 yards for the senior transfer out of Michigan State. Cade McDonald really seemed to get going early on in that first half. It was a little bit quiet as the half started to wind down for Miami offensively.
Yeah, you're right. And also looking at just the targets and stuff, you notice that Javon Tracy also had a lot of targets early on, and I think it's also interesting to note that, like you mentioned, that Kevin Davis had 5 targets, second on the team, which certainly shows you that there's been a lot of check down opportunities, and also they've decided to, when they've gone empty, they've decided to really get the ball to him, and he had a couple really close calls, including that ball down the right sideline that almost ended up in a really big completion from Gabbert to Davis. But yeah, I think it's interesting that they're electing to use Kevin Davis as kind of this hybrid, role, given that Kenny Tracy would have been that exact role this coming season if he hadn't gotten his knee injury. So I'm really happy to see that they're still trying some of the stuff that they were going to try, but haven't been as successful.
Yeah, certainly a lot to make up for. The loss of Rashad Amos to Ole Miss in the transfer portal in the offseason, and then that devastating injury to Kenny Tracy, who's going to keep him out for the duration of the season. We are going to take a quick break here in South Bend. We will be back with the rest of the halftime coverage with some scores from around the country, as well as our final thoughts heading into this second half of play. You are listening to Red Hawk Radio and Miami football. Back here in South Bend, Indiana, at Notre Dame Stadium, you are listening to the Red Hawk Radio halftime show. In that first half, Miami trailing the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, the 17th ranked Notre Dame Fighting Irish, by a score of 14-3. We are going to whip around the country real quick. Top 25 scores. Sean, what do you like so far?
Well, early on, we've had a really good performance from the Buckeyes of Ohio State. A 49-14 win over Marshall Thundering Herd. A really slow start for them. Got down 14-7 early, but pulled away and came away with a 49-14 victory. Clemson beating the brakes off of NC State with a 45-point first half, ultimately putting the Wolfpack away despite a thunderous fourth quarter of 21 points from NC State with a 59-35 victory. Friday night, we had a really great game. The Illinois Fighting Illini with against the Cornhuskers of Nebraska, with Illinois and Brett Bielema getting a 31-24 overtime victory despite Dylan Raiola's 297 for 3 touchdowns, with Brett Bielema having a really nice season for the Illini, for a team that typically isn't consistently successful. Otherwise, other things around the country, we had Iowa State, number 20th in the country, cruise their way through the Arkansas State Red Wolves 52-7 with Rocco Becht, 11 for 18, 204, and 2 touchdowns. Quick around the country scores, live games going on now, top 25. We had Penn State up 28-0 on the half against in-conference rival Kent State. Kent State coming off, like I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, a 71-0 drubbing against Tennessee. Michigan, 18th ranked Michigan, beating 11th ranked USC 14-3 at the half. Miller Moss being held in check a little bit with only 134 yards in that potent Lincoln Riley offense. Number 16 LSU up 17-10 with UCLA against UCLA, but UCLA looks to be driving with about 16 seconds left in the second quarter. UCLA a little inconsistent this season, but nevertheless playing a very close game against LSU. You got Georgia Tech, a team that beat Florida State early in the season in the very first game in Dublin, down 3 rather against Louisville. Louisville, the 19th ranked team in the country, 17-14. Tyler Shock with 191 yards and a touchdown. And then an in-conference matchup here with 14-3 with Northern Illinois up against Buffalo at the half. A big-time in-conference matchup, which was weird to say about the two teams I'm about to mention, with Utah, number 12, to Utah, beating Oklahoma State, number 14, 10-3, with Isaac Wilson, the backup quarterback, playing a very good game. Brother of, you guessed it, Zach Wilson, going 8 for 12 with 109 yards and a pick. Vanderbilt putting a scare into Missouri early in the second quarter, with 4:23 left, with Vanderbilt up 10-7 against number 7 Missouri. Diego Pavia 4 for 5 with 102 yards and a touchdown. Looks to be a potential upset alert for a top 10 team there. Give us the max scores.
Looking around, some interesting games, certainly some interesting matchups within the Mid-American Conference today. Penn State 28-0 lead over the Kent State Golden Flashes, as you touched on. And later tonight is where it really gets interesting. Bowling Green visiting College Station and Kyle Field, and a raucous environment that the Falcons will be walking into when they take on the Texas A&M Aggies. Very interesting matchup there, as we talked about earlier. The talent that Bowling Green has gave Penn State quite a few issues in their matchup. And then 7:30 tonight on ESPNU, Akron visiting Williams-Brice Stadium in Columbia to take on the Gamecocks of South Carolina. Earlier on, Kentucky defeating Ohio 41-6. Central Michigan and Ball State with a very close Mid-American Conference matchup, 37-34, the outcome in favor of the Chippewas. And then Eastern Michigan having fairly zero issues, taking care of St. Francis 36-0 at home in Ypsilanti. Sean, as we look at the second half of this game, as the teams start to file back onto the field, for both teams, what do you think Miami has to do offensively, defensively to get themselves back in it? What does Notre Dame have to do to keep Miami at bay like they have so far?
Well, offensively, it's about limiting your mistakes. It's these miscues that have forced them to burn timeouts, like Chuck Martin had to burn 2 in the first quarter because of just some miscommunications, and then the picks in the red zone and the turnovers, just can't have them. And then on the defensive side of the ball, a lot of the same that they need to keep doing. They played a really good first 25 minutes of defensive football. It was those final 5 minutes when it was clear that they had been on the field a little too long for a little too many consecutive possessions, and the run game was really starting to wear on them just a little bit, and starting to gash them just a little bit was really doing a number on them. So continuing to be disciplined in the run game would be the thing I would say defensively they need to work on.
Yeah, I think fatigue is certainly an interesting element to all this. We certainly saw it last week against UC. It certainly seemed like UC's conditioning started to play a factor in comparison to Miami throughout the course of that game, and down the stretch against a power conference team, or power conference worthy team such as Notre Dame. It'll be interesting to see how the athletes of Miami match up with the Fighting Irish down the stretch. Certainly need better quarterback play out of Brett Gabbert, cleaner decision making. better processing in the pocket, avoiding sacks. He needs to just play a cleaner, less sloppy
Just more
second half.
discipline, absolutely.
And Miami can certainly get back into this one. Their defense gives them a lot of chance to keep Notre Dame offensively on the sideline. If they can get Brett Gabbert some opportunities to push the ball down the field, they will have a chance to pull off this upset. Notre Dame with a 14-3 lead as we head deep into the second half. Luke Poley and Zach Rengers will return to the mic to bring you the rest of that action. This has been Addison, Lenhart, and Sean Wiesemann with your halftime coverage on Red Hawk Radio. You are listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio.
Coming out of halftime here from Notre Dame Stadium in South Bend, alongside Zach Rengers, Luke Poley with you. Week 4 action, Game 3 for the Miami RedHawks, looking to avoid an 0-3 start after an 11-win season last year that saw them lose just 3 games all year long. RedHawks down 14-3 to Notre Dame at the half, and the Fighting Irish will get the second half kickoff momentarily. Zach, this game started about as well as it could have given the mistakes that Miami made early on in this game. RedHawks gave the ball away a couple of times, but some Notre Dame miscues kept Miami in it. The effort was probably better on the RedHawks side through the opening 15 to 20 minutes, but Notre Dame with a couple of quick drives to get into the end zone. Miami with a lot of laundry on the field, just seemingly couldn't get out of their own way at times. And Notre Dame has a chance to open up a 3-score lead out of halftime.
And that's the big story of the night so far, Luke, is it's been the penalties that have absolutely ravaged the RedHawks. They have been so good at keeping that not a factor in the game in the first quarter, and then the second quarter happened, and then it just opened up a storm against the RedHawks. 15-yard penalty after 15-yard penalty. Next thing you know, Notre Dame scores 14 points in the blink of an eye, and now you find yourself in a tough spot, kicking it back to them to start off this half, and you pretty much need a stop if you want to have a chance to win this game down the stretch.
End over end kick from right to left from Kellen McLaughlin flutters into the end zone for a touchback to get us going in this second half. Settle back and enjoy with Zach Rengers alongside Luke Poley with you. So glad to be here at Notre Dame Stadium in South Bend for Game 3 of the season. Final non-conference road game for Miami. We're going to muster up a second half comeback against a Fighting Irish team that looked the much better of the two squads on the field to close out the opening half of play. Riley Lenhart out with the offense. He's got trips right, nobody out left with a tight end stacked tight to the line. Lenhart 7 for 12 for 83 yards and a touchdown in the first half. Lenhart claps and gets the snap. It's a handoff to Love up the middle on first down, pushing forward to the 28. That's where he's marked. The feature back goes for 3 on first down, straight down the middle of the field. Ball will be marked between the hashes for 2nd and 7.
Yeah, Luke, you've heard of the Miami triad, referring to the Greek life that was founded there. They've got the Notre Dame triad that we're going to look for in this second half. Jeremiah Love, Riley Lenhart, and Bo Collins. We saw all 3 of them kind of get hot at different times in the first half. If they get hot together, this could get really ugly for Miami.
Fighting Irish team that can run it with the best of them. On second down, Lenhart throwing over the middle, pass caught by Love, swerving around Salopek, getting near the sticks, and the second effort tumbles him past the line to gain to the 37-yard line, just right of the hash. He gets 9 yards on second down, And just under a minute in, Notre Dame will move the chains. 1st and 10 Irish with an empty set here for Riley Lenhart. 3 receivers to the left, wide side of the field, 2 to the short side on the right. Right foot in front of left for Riley Lenhart, who claps once and gets the snap. Immediately looking near side, lasers one on target. And the catch is made, quickly pushed out of bounds. The tight end, Eli Raridan, the 3rd-string junior, who picks up 6 yards on 1st down, 2nd and 4 coming up.
Yeah, and we're seeing much simpler play designs for Riley Lenhart. Too many times in that first quarter, we saw him try to go through reads, and it was not working against this Miami defense. Now it's quick hitters and handoffs, and they have been a lot better with that ever since.
Lenhart will pull on the fake run and head down the far side with room into Miami territory with blockers. Lenhart inside the 30, lost the football, and it's loose on the turf. Who's on top of it? It looks like Notre Dame got on it. But Riley Lenhart, after that big run, lost the football. Now Miami signaling they have it. We still don't have a signal yet. There's a wrestling match between a player for each team, and the RedHawks have the football. Wow, so Miami, after giving up the chunk play on the ground to Riley Lenhart, punches the ball free. And again, just no sticky fingers for either side as that ball was pushed 20 yards deeper into RedHawk territory, but finally somebody got on top of it. It looked like, we'll check on the official ruling, but Michael Yarborough, I believe, punched that football out.
And you talk about no sticky fingers, Luke. It was actually a Notre Dame player that fell on that ball finally, but he was not able to secure it, and it ended up in the hands of the Miami defender there. So very advantageous bounce on what was a huge play for Notre Dame. Miami able to get a little lucky there.
Recovery by Luke Evans, and check that, it's Silas Walters, the star safety who led Miami in tackles last week for the first time in his career. RedHawks have it from their own 14-yard line now. First drive of the second half for Brett Gabbert. Irish showing pressure. One receiver either side, man in motion. Handoff goes up the middle. It's Mosey spun around. He picks up 3 on 1st down at the Miami 17-yard line as we cross the 2-minute mark of the second half. RedHawks got the stop that felt near essential, not in an orthodox manner, but forcing the turnover down 2 scores. The Miami offense will go to work here 2nd and 7.
Yeah, and while that play's not a sexy one that gets you way down the field and is a big hitter, 3 yards on 1st down is what you need here. You cannot be playing behind the chains. You need manageable down and distances if you want a chance to win this game down the stretch.
2 receivers right and 1 to the left. McDonald now motioning from the right slot to left as Gabbert gets the snap. Backing, throwing near side, complete. Cade McDonald hangs on. He's met right at the line to gain. See if forward progress gives him enough. To the 24-yard line he goes. It appears the official signal is that he is just short of what he needs. It'll set up 3rd down and 1 for Miami on the Cade McDonald 6-yard catch. RedHawks star receiver's 3rd grab of the game.
Cade McDonald going to be the X factor going down the stretch here. He's not going to be able to be available every play because he's got a pretty big target on his back from Notre Dame. But if he can find some of these slip routes that he's just kind of in the flats for Brett Gabbert, that's where he'll make his money tonight.
Miami struggled mightily on 3rd down in the first half, 1 for 7. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Gabbert handing it off on 3rd down, and the ball carrier on the play did not get there. It was Brunson, and Snead stopped him. The rover came crashing down. It'll go down as a 1-yard loss, and so 3rd and inches to 4th and 1. Miami will have to punt.
And it's a great tackle there by Snead, running in, just filling up that gap. And Miami, you're playing with house money there. You got to make something happen, and just unable to do so on that drive.
Bevelheimer's kick is away. This one's going to land and take a big Miami roll inside the Notre Dame 30, still rolling on its side. It'll be downed by the RedHawks at the 26-yard line of the Fighting Irish, where they'll set up 1st and 10 with 10:55 to go in the 3rd quarter. We've reached our first time out of this second half. Stoppage on the field, and we'll step aside as well. 14-3 Notre Dame with just under 11 minutes to play in the 3rd. Irish offense back on the field when we come back. You're listening to this presentation of Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. 14-3 Irish, 10:55 to go, third quarter. With Zach Rengers, West Poley with you. Notre Dame back onto the field on offense. Taking over on their own 26-yard line. Ball down the middle of the field for Riley Lenhart, 1st and 10. Two receivers, both sides. The back is Price. Lenhart claps once. Now a second time and gets a high snap. Handoff to Price, off tackle on the right side. Has blockers stopping his feet, but he gets gobbled up right at the line of scrimmage. It'll go for no gain. Whole swarm of RedHawks in there. Adam Trick among them, along with Oscar McWood and Ty Wise. The three will get credit for the tackle in some way. Ball still at the 26-yard line, 2nd and 10, Notre Dame on the right hash.
And that's a way to swarm a ball there if you're Miami's defense. You have not seen much of that in the past quarter and a half or so. Now starting to see them see the offense a little better.
Lenhart, catch and throw near side is complete. Pushed out of bounds backward goes Bo Collins, who had the big catch for the touchdown in the first half. This time a short pickup. He gets 5 yards out to the 30-yard line. Rayon Schrader forced him out, 3rd down and 5 coming up for Notre Dame.
Yeah, and certainly helped with the forward progress there was Bo Collins. Kind of jumped off his route as soon as he caught the ball, but forward progress brought him out to the spot that he got, bringing up 3rd and 5.
Trips left, one right on the right hash. Lenhart gets the snap, time to throw, looking over the middle, wide open, has his man. Catch in between the hashes for Chris Mitchell, and he gets out to the 42-yard line. 7-yard gain, picks up the first down for Notre Dame. Make it 11-yard gain, rather, for number 10 in white, the FIU transfer who led the Panthers in receiving last year. Out to the 42-yard line goes Notre Dame. One receiver spread wide to the right, just inside the numbers. On the numbers on the far side, lone receiver left, that's Bo Collins. Lenhart gets a low snap and hands it off down the left side. Price met immediately, does push forward for about a half yard, but nothing more than that. Jadarian Price, who was a big yards per carry back last season for Notre Dame, had a 70-yard run last season for a last week, I should say, for a touchdown. This time he goes for about a half yard. 2nd and 9 will result. Notre Dame going a little quicker here as they line up right away. Play clock moving just under 20 as Lenhart readies for the snap. Clapping twice, he now gets it in his hands, looking to throw. RedHawks rush 4. Lenhart is swallowed up. Crashed down on as the pocket collapsed. Brian Ugu, who had 3 QB hurries but never got home last week, finally gets to Riley Lenhart. That'll push Notre Dame behind the sticks. It's 3rd down and 14 coming up for the Irish.
Yeah, and a rather advantageous bounce. It looked like Riley Lenhart was about to pull that ball out and go for a throw. If he had done so, it would have almost certainly been a fumble, but nonetheless got there just before he had separated his hands from the ball.
3rd and 14, Lenhart looking to throw, near side complete for Collins, gets out of the first tackle but not the second. Good support from Matt Salopek, who wraps up the receiver there in Collins after a short gain to the 45-yard line. 7-yard pickup, and Notre Dame will punt. Move inside, 8 minutes to go, 3rd quarter. Notre Dame still leads at 14-3, but Miami will have a chance for their second offensive drive of the half. Cade McDonald awaits at his own 10-yard line.
He had a great stop there after getting that 3rd down and long look for Notre Dame. Not folding, just doing what you need to make sure they don't get the first down there.
Flag in, spiraling punt booted in the air. McDonald calls for a fair catch, moving to his right and makes it as he crosses the far hash. Just beyond the 15-yard line to the 16. We'll check on the flag. It's a false start on Notre Dame. And eyes over to Chuck Martin. We'll see what the decision is here.
I believe this is the one where you can either repunt it or just tack on 5 yards. And doesn't seem like they'll necessarily want to repunt. It wasn't a great punt by any standard for Notre Dame.
Irish punter James Rendell has been brilliant today in punting the football the couple times he's had to. But yeah, like you said, that's probably his most average punt of the day. And given the way he's kicked the ball, probably not wanting to make him do it again. And like you said, it's a 5-yard penalty that will be enforced on the end of the kick. So that will give the RedHawks some breathing room, push them up to their own 22-yard line. And we have reached a timeout on the field. Some adjustments, but still not out of the question. Pretty good start for the Miami defense, especially getting a couple stops out of halftime, giving their offense a shot, still down 2 scores as we pass the midway mark of the third. With 7:23 to go in our third frame of play, Notre Dame leading Miami 14-3 from Notre Dame Stadium in South Bend. We'll return after this. You're listening to this presentation of Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Miami set to take over 1st and 10 following the special teams penalty on Notre Dame with 7:23 to go. Third quarter, RedHawks down 14-3 against the Fighting Irish. Second drive of the second half for Miami. First one showed some promise, but eventually was spoiled short on a 3rd and 1. RedHawks were stuffed. Brett Gabbert back out with the offense from his own 22-yard line, where he'll start 1st and 10. Two receivers to the near side, one far side for Gabbert. He's got a back to his left in the shotgun. Gabbert rubbing his hands together, motioning Javon Tracy from left to right. Gets the snap, fakes the handoff on first down. Will throw a deep ball down the near side. Has a man, but it's underthrown and intercepted. Picked off by Christian Gray at his own 35-yard line. Gabbert was looking over the top to Cam Perry, who had separation, but that ball was underthrown by a couple yards. And the beneficiary in the secondary was Gray, who got burnt a little bit, but had that ball fall right into his hands for the pick.
Yeah, we talked about it all off air this halftime, Luke. If they can just connect on one of those deep balls, it'll really open everything up. And he had the man, just underthrew the ball and was able to reconnect with it. Was Christian Gray, and he has played a great game on the outside. They've put him on an island just about all night, and he has answered the bell for sure.
Notre Dame will be marked at their own 40, 1st and 10 for Riley Lenhart and company from there. 7:17 to go, third quarter, an 11-point Irish lead, and Lenhart gets the snap and hands it off up the middle, bruising through the line of scrimmage goes Love. Across the 45 to the 47. Gain of 7 yards on first down. 2nd and 3 coming up from the gold trim of the Notre Dame ND. Irish will line back up with two receivers on both sides, and Love again the back for Lenhart in the shotgun. Right foot in front of left for Riley Lenhart. Claps his hands 3 times and gets the snap. Facing pressure. Flush to the far side. Lenhart may be thinking about running and is getting around Ty Wise to the perimeter. He will mosey out of bounds into plus territory. 4-yard gain on 2nd and 3 to the 49-yard line of Miami for a Notre Dame first down.
Yeah, and if you're the Miami defense, you have to be starting to get frustrated on the sideline. You're holding up your end of the bargain, and the offense is giving no support, especially making them go right back out after pitching a nice stop last drive. Definitely have to be getting tired out there.
Empty set for Lenhart. handles a high snap, designed run down the left side. He dives across the 45-yard line to the 44. 5-yard pickup on first down, and the design QB keeper for Riley Lenhart. Had 100 rushing yards last week compared to 112 through the air. Today, 121 yards through the air and 80 on the ground for Lenhart at 2nd and 5. Ball on the Miami 44, the left hash. Riley Lenhart's got 2 receivers to his right and 1 to the left. Being held up by the official as Miami makes their last sub, and does. Lenhart will beat his hands against his chest and motion Chris Mitchell tighter to the formation. Getting the snap, he's got time to throw, and will look for the deep shot down the middle of the field. It is incomplete, but 2 flags in. He was looking for Chris Mitchell, and down the center of the field, back defensively.
Luke Evans.
Yep, it's Evans again for Miami. That'll be called for pass interference.
And that's an even worse one than the first one. If he had just got his head around, that ball was sailing 5 yards over his receiver's head on that throw. He instead decided to get his hands up in the grill of the guy he was covering, and gets the easiest pass interference flag they'll ever throw right there.
2 receivers right to tighter to the left for Lenhart. Gets the snap on first down, handoff up the middle to Love. He gets cracked back and will move forward with a second effort to around the 28-yard line. They'll mark him at the 27, gain of 2 yards on first down. 2nd and 8 coming up as the clock approaches. 5 minutes to go in this third quarter with Notre Dame on top by 11. Matt Salopek making the latest stop for Miami. Three receivers spread out wide to the right. 1 to the left. Window dressing with motion in the backfield as Lenhart gets the snap. 5-man rush, throwing near corner of the end zone. Jump ball, it's incomplete. Chance at that one for Jaden Harrison to maybe moss his man. Good coverage, though, from Silas Walters of Miami. He might have also had a chance at that football, potentially back in coverage for the RedHawks. But it falls harmlessly incomplete, and Notre Dame will have it 3rd down and 8 from the Miami 27-yard line.
Yeah, and a great play there by Silas Walters, getting in front of his man, boxing him out, and making him become the DB on that play. That was great coverage.
Twins left and 2 to the right now. Motion from left to right for Jaden Harrison. Riley Lenhart gets the snap. Some movement up front, but no flag. Push to the near side, catch made, and room to run for Harrison. Pushing inside the red zone and out of bounds to the 15-yard line. That's plenty for the first down. Move the chains for Harrison. 12-yard gain on 3rd down and 8, and the Fighting Irish are into the red zone to the right hash of the Miami 15 with under 5 to play in the 3rd.
And just too easy there. It was a nice route scheme where they had a guy almost working as a pick route on the middle defender there, and was not able to close out until well after the first down.
2 receivers either side. Lenhart right on the right hash. Hands it off and making his way up the middle. Patient run for Love. Down the center of the field. He's into the end zone. Ball is out, but signal is touchdown. Broke the plane before that ball popped free. And Love will score it from 8 yards out. A Notre Dame touchdown puts them in front by 3 scores with 4:17 to go in the 3rd. It's 20-3. There's an injured RedHawk down on the field. It's tough to see who that is at the moment, but the official just announcing over the public address that ruling on the field is touchdown, and if the ball came out after the plane was broken, and that certainly live looked to be the case. Officials, though, now being shown on the scoreboard. Wonder if we'll get a review here. Nope, looks like Notre Dame will line up for the extra point. It did not look very close.
Definitely
live.
seemed
Yeah.
well after he had crossed the plane.
Certainly. So Jeter will come on to attempt the extra point with 4:17 to go in the 3rd. Jeter was 7 for 7 on PATs last week. And he's perfect this time around. With 4:17 to go in the third quarter, Notre Dame has added to their lead. It's Irish 21, RedHawks 3 at this point in the game. And it really felt like it was only a matter of time, Zach. Stop after stop for the Miami defense coming out of the break before they would eventually concede points. And it felt like the offense had to put up points of their own before Notre Dame would break through.
Yeah, it goes back to what we were talking about. They simply were holding up their end of the bargain, but the offense wasn't. And that was only a matter of time before the defense would hit their breaking point with such a talented offense that they're going against with the Riley Leonard-led Notre Dame Fighting Irish. And they eventually were going to find the end zone, and that's exactly what happened there. To be completely honest, though, there is not much of a gripe you can make with the defense so far. They have pitched a great game today, and they have just not gotten supported from the offense for the RedHawks.
That is certainly true. We'll take a quick break here from South Bend. Again, 21-3 Notre Dame with 4:17 to go in our third quarter of play. We'll return after this to this presentation of Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Back here in South Bend, Notre Dame Stadium, our site, where the Fighting Irish lead the RedHawks 21-3 with 4:17 to go in this third quarter. Alongside Zach Rengers, Luke West Poley with you, rest of our great crew. We'll have post-game coverage coming up after this with Addison, Lenhart, and Sean Wiesemann. Notre Dame will kick this one from left to right following the touchdown drive that really felt like a backbreaker for Miami. As a Jeremiah Love run capped off the drive for Notre Dame. Kick is spiraling to the far side. It will be a touchback, and Miami will take over from the 25. But speaking of that drive, Zach, again, you said the defense held up their end of the bargain, and they did. You can only ask a MAC defense to get so many stops against Notre Dame. They got a couple coming out of halftime, and the offense did not produce. If they didn't absolutely need to produce before, they certainly do now down the stretch of this game.
Absolutely. You have to flush it. You have to have a short memory in the pocket if you're Brett Gabbert. You can't be thinking about that interception or what could have been to this point. You simply have to go right back to work and hope to find something new to start this drive.
Trips to the left. Gabbert gets the snap with some pre-snap motion. Handoff up the middle. Pushing down the left side of the line. Looks like Brunson potentially for the RedHawks that got a couple of yards. It was Brunson for a 2-yard gain on first down. Second down and 8 coming up for the RedHawks. Jack Kaiser, the star will linebacker for Notre Dame, is approaching the Fighting Irish all-time games played record. Made the stop.
It's certainly a record to be held in a high standard. Such a storied program. Anytime you have any record, that's a positive one for Notre Dame. It's something to be talked about.
Two receivers on both sides. Gabbert now motioning Jack Coldiron into the backfield with him for 2nd and 8. Handling the snap, 4-man rush. Gabbert hit as he throws a high ball that flies over McDonald's head, incomplete. Maybe got the left fingertips on it, but Cade McDonald could not haul it in. As junior Tuialamaka got into the backfield to lay the hit on the Miami quarterback as he got rid of the football. It's 3rd down and 8.
Yeah, and that definitely influenced that throw. He had Cade McDonald on the outside and just sails high as he's getting just thrown to the ground by that Notre Dame defensive front.
Crowd getting noisy. 3rd down and 8 for Miami from their own 27. Gabbert gets the snap. 5-man rush again. Hit as he throws into a tight window. Broken up, incomplete. Long flag throw in from the back judge. A dramatic 20-yard throw with a flag. That is a really weird place for that flag to come from in that spot.
It almost feels like it has to be pass interference,
Yeah,
and that's what
the
it
signal. So McDonald was the target. And the back judge, again, who was all the way on the Notre Dame side of the field, about 25 yards away. That back judge is Scott Pruitt. Sailed his flag in kind of dramatic fashion, and that'll extend the Miami drive as we get another look at it. It was actually Cold Iron that was the intended target, and we can see on replay that jersey got pulled.
Yep, he's grabbing him on the hip. We see that a lot of times on tight ends going against smaller cornerbacks to try to feel like they're on top of the tight end. You'll see him grab and wrap around the back hip of the receiver, and that's exactly what was happening there. So while it was an awkward way that unfolded for the official, a great call nonetheless.
Gabbert fakes the run on 1st down and throws far side to Preston Daniel. He makes the catch and will push his tackler and Jack Kaiser out near the 40-yard line to the 39. 5-yard gain as Kaiser made the stop, and Preston Daniel hasn't made a tremendous impact. Transferred in from Florida State, where he spent 4 years with the Noles mostly as a reserve. He gets 5 on 1st down. 2nd down and 5 coming up with under 3 to play in the 3rd.
Having a dual tight end set could really affect this offense. We've seen it just be the Jack Cold Iron show or his replacement for so many games in the past year or so. It would really be nice if they could open this up with Daniel to go along with Cold Iron.
And it is Daniel in the backfield right now as the tight end for Miami. 2 receivers both sides. Gabbert gets the snap and throws a laser near side that's broken up. Looking for Kevin Davis, incomplete. Coverage provided by Xavier Watts, the safety, who got his arm in there on the near hash to jar that football loose. A good throw by Gabbert, but it's 3rd down and 5 now for the RedHawks.
Yeah, and while their safety help on certain plays has not necessarily been impressive, their individual one-on-one coverage tonight, Luke, has been something special. They have just about every situation we've seen one-on-one coverage, they have just about won every battle.
3rd down and 5. It's been a nightmarish type of day for Miami on 3rd. 1 for 8 on the afternoon. Crowd making noise. Gabbert claps and gets the snap. Throwing far side. It's incomplete. He was looking for Daniel, who lost his footing. Or rather, it was Cade McDonald that was the target that time. But regardless, Turf Monster got him, and that throw all for naught. Miami will have to punt.
And it almost raises the question, if you're in 4th down territory here, while it is not a lopsided score being 21-3, with only 2 minutes 30 seconds left in this game and it being 3 scores, it almost makes it seem like go time, and almost curious why we're not going for it here.
Bevelheimer does punt it away. He barely evaded the rush. Fair catch is called for and made by Faison just past his 20-yard line. They'll mark him at the 22. 2:26 to go, 3rd quarter, and we've reached another timeout on the field. Our score, Notre Dame 21 and Miami 3. Asking the defense to get another stop to keep this game potentially within reach. See if Miami can get it when we come back. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. 2:26 to go, third quarter. Notre Dame leads Miami 21-3. It's been just another rough day for the Miami offense. Just hasn't executed at the level that they got used to last year in an 11-win campaign. Notre Dame's got it again. 1st and 10 from their own 22-yard line, and Lenhart on first down will send a little touch pass up ahead to the motion receiver Harrison. He wraps around the near side of the field and maybe got a yard or two. That'll officially go as a passing play for Lenhart for 2 yards, and it's 2nd down and 8. So Notre Dame will now use a little more clock here. We move under 2 minutes to go, third quarter, with the Irish up 3 scores. Lenhart's got receivers stacked to the near side, 2 of them, and 1 spread out wide to the far side between hashes and numbers. Lenhart gets the snap. It's a handoff up the middle for Price. He's got plenty of room into the linebacker core. He squirms to the 32-yard line. And Jadarian Price has enough for the first down with an 8-yard pickup out to the 32. It's 1st and 10.
Yeah, now you're seeing just the wear that's showing on this Miami defense, both on the front and on the outside. They have thrown a good game so far, but it is certainly showing that they're getting tired out there.
75 seconds to go, third quarter. 1st down and 10, Notre Dame. And some movement up front, and flags fly in. False start on Sam Pendleton, the freshman left guard for Notre Dame. Irish have 3 underclassmen on the offensive line. Emil Wagner, the sophomore from Yellow Springs, Ohio, is the right tackle, and then the whole left side of the line, Anthony Knapp and Sam Pendleton, both freshmen. So we'll move under a minute to play in this third quarter, and Lenhart now in 1st and 15. Will clap his hands and get the snap shoulder high. Pressure coming from the back. Lenhart gets rid of it on time to Collins. Past the 35. He is wrapped up at the 37-yard line. Bo Collins hangs on for a chunk pickup of 10 yards on first down. Rayon Strader made the stop for Miami. It's 2nd down and 5. And Notre Dame's got to run one more play before the end of this third quarter. Empty set for Lenhart. Gets the snap, looking to throw quick to the near side. Complete along the sideline, and Evans gets out of an initial tackle, but is brought down by Salopek out to the 46-yard line of Miami. 8-yard gain and another chain mover for the Fighting Irish. And the play clock no longer a factor. Notre Dame is lined up with 10 seconds left to go, but we'll see if they actually snap this football. 5 seconds to go. Lenhart does get the snap off and fakes the hand, rolling to the near side, dumps it off, and Evans couldn't hold on with one hand, incomplete. Those simple throws have just not been kind to Riley Lenhart today. But he has gotten it done in other ways. That ball actually hits the ground with a second left, so Notre Dame will have to run another play in this third quarter. And they'll face a 2nd down and 10. And while the clock is not a huge factor down to the second, it is a little puzzling, Zach, that Notre Dame willingly took a play there and will now have to run 2 as a result. But 1 second left. This will be the final play of the third quarter, barring penalty, out of the shotgun with 2 receivers on both sides. Lenhart Clapson gets the snap, faking the handoff, now looking to throw deep down the near side of the field. It is incomplete off the right hand of Collins. Good coverage by Strader as those two were hand fighting, and no flag comes in. Collins got his right arm free, but could not bring it in with one hand, and that is how our third quarter will expire. 15 more minutes. See if Miami's defense has another stop in them to try and get some sort of positive momentum. An outside shot and maybe making an effort to get back into this game. After 3 from Notre Dame Stadium, our score: Fighting Irish 21, RedHawks 3 from South Bend. We'll return after this. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. Fourth quarter here from South Bend. It's Notre Dame 21 and Miami 3. Alongside Zach Rengers, Luke West Poley with you. 3rd down and 10 coming up for the Fighting Irish from their own 46-yard line. Notre Dame will now take it right to left. And Riley Lenhart will line up in the shotgun with 3 receivers on the left and 1 on the right. A game that's just kind of been going back and forth without a whole ton going on in the second half, which is good news if you're trying to win the game. If you're the Fighting Irish, maybe not if you want to make a statement and blow Miami out, but regardless. 3rd down and 10. Lenhart gets the snap, throwing over the middle and incomplete. Just missed his man. 3 RedHawks bracketing the receiver Collins, who had a little bit of separation there, actually was pretty open despite the coverage. Michael Yarborough will be credited with providing that coverage, and Collins actually might have had his left hand on that football, but again, just a pass from Lenhart that really wasn't in the best of windows, and Notre Dame will be forced to punt.
I saw what he was trying to do. He recognized where the Miami defender was at the right side, if you're looking towards the quarterback of Bo Collins, and he wanted to avoid that, but he threw it behind him in doing so it wasn't a very successful throw.
End-over-end punt is fair, caught on the far side of the 10-yard line by Cade McDonald. Miami will have to go 90 yards, 1st and 10. 11 seconds into this fourth quarter, down 21-3. All right, Zach, haven't really seen anything from this Miami offense that shows this could be a turning point type of drive, but it has to be.
Yeah, this is it. If you want to give yourself a real chance to pull off the unthinkable here, you have to score on this drive, and you have to show that you can really get a rhythm going, and it doesn't take everything of your offense just to do so.
Gabbert motions Kevin Davis from right to left, gets the snap on 1st down and hands it off up the middle. Second effort gets some positive yardage for Mosey. He gets to about the 11-yard line. It's a 1-yard gain as he was met right at the line of scrimmage and got a yard after contact. 2nd and 9 coming up from the left hash of the Miami 11-yard line. RedHawks down 21-3. Looking to avoid an 0-3 start, which would equal their loss total from last year, a magical 11-3 season for these RedHawks. 2nd down and 9, 3 receivers short side of the field. Gabbert gets the snap, hands off, and room to run down the left side for Brunson. 1st down and more, past the 20-yard line to the 23. 12-yard gain for Jordan Brunson, who had a lot of space down the seam of the left side as we cross the 1-minute mark of the fourth. Miami's starting to trickle a little bit down the field.
Yeah, and if they're going to get anything going, it needs to be from the run game. Brett Gabbert has shown that he cannot simply do it himself with this great coverage from the secondary of Notre Dame. They are going to have to open things up with the run game here.
Tight end offset left of the line. Gabbert gets the snap. Another handoff to Brunson. Threads the needle between 2 linebackers and gets brought down at the 29-30-yard line. Schuler makes the tackle for Notre Dame. 7-yard pickup for Brunson, and really starting to see some forward momentum from this Miami offense.
And these runs will open up the pass game. Once they load the box and put an extra linebacker in there, that's when you start throwing the ball, but you have to establish the run before that can happen.
Gabbert again hands it off, and again Brunson stumbles, but has enough yardage for a 1st down to the 35-yard line. There is a RedHawk that's a little slow to get up. It looks like Charlie Nank, the center, but he does push up to his feet, just had to get untangled. It's a gain out to the 35-yard line. Ball actually came loose late there, but it was well after Brunson was down. And so, 1st down and 10 now from the 35 as this run game continues to march Miami closer to midfield. Left hash of the 35, 2 receivers left and 1 to the right. Davis motioned into the right slot as Gabbert gets the snap. Looking that direction, fires a bullet, incomplete. Short at Davis's feet. Lurking back there for Notre Dame was Xavier Watts, the senior from Omaha. Clapped his hands in frustration, hoping he could break onto that football, but regardless, it's the first play that doesn't go for positive yardage of this drive. It's 2nd and 10.
Yeah, it was a miscommunication, it looked like, between Brett Gabbert and his receiver. Broke towards the outside. Gabbert threw it towards the inside. Looked like a bad pass, but doesn't seem like they were even on the same page there.
Trio to the right, one on an island to the left. Gabbert takes the snap. Coverage breaks down, but Gabbert flips it near wing, and it's caught by Cade McDonald, who pushes through to get near the sticks. McDonald gets to the 44-yard line, and that is just shy of the marker. 3rd down and 1 coming up for Miami's offense as we cross the 3-minute mark of the 4th. We got some Dune chanting coming out of the speakers here at Notre Dame Stadium as Miami will work out of the shotgun. Pair of receivers right, one to the left. The lone man is Javon Tracy in one-on-one coverage. 4 down linemen for Notre Dame. Gabbert gets the snap, fakes the handoff, and dumps it off to the tight end. Preston Daniels got a 1st down, meeting contact at midfield and rolling across the 50-yard line to the Notre Dame 49. Second catch for Preston Daniel, the Florida State transfer and Memphis native. Miami onto the positive half of the field, 1st and 10.
And we've seen Miami's try to go a little bit of tempo, and it seems like it's working. Notre Dame does not seem as comfortable on the defensive end as they were earlier in the game when Miami was taking their time calling plays.
Gabbert out of the shotgun with Brunson to his right. 11:07 and counting to go. 4th quarter. Handoff goes to Brunson, crashing forward. He gets ripped down by the shoulder at the 47-yard line of Notre Dame. Brunson has gotten a healthy load of carries today after having just 2 last week against Cincinnati. He gets 2 this time on 1st down. 2nd and 8 coming up with Miami trailing 21-3 and under 11 minutes to play from South Bend.
Looks like a nice tackle there by the Will linebacker, Jack Kaiser. Grad senior, I should say, for the Irish.
10.5 to play. Twins left, one right. Gabbert gets the snap, a handoff down the right side, and speed for Kevin Davis to the edge. He is torn down by the shoelaces. Across the 40-yard line, we'll see where they mark him. It is at the 38 of Notre Dame. That's plenty for a Miami 1st down, a 9-yard pickup for KD.
Good positive play after positive play on this drive. Have to find a way to finish it off, obviously, given the situation in the game, and you got to do it quicker sooner than later because you're running out of time even though you're marching down on the field here.
From the 38 on the right hash into Notre Dame territory, Miami will line up 1st down and 10. McDonald and Tracy wide to the left, Reggie Virgil solo to the right. Gabbert gets the snap, handoff up the middle to Downing, off tackle, spun around, continuing to fight across the 35. Down he goes at the 34. And Downing picks up 4 on 1st down as we move under 10 minutes to play. 2nd down and 6 will come up from Miami on the right hash.
Miami, big thing, avoiding penalties on this drive. Have not had anything that has set them back. They need to keep that going if they want to punch it in here for 6.
Gabbert gets a shotgun snap, looking for the deep ball on the far side for McDonald in one-on-one. McDonald falls down and it flies incomplete, but a flag in.
It came in a little late, but it's not surprising, Luke. That was a lot of contact, and it very clearly knocked McDonald off of his route as the ball was flying.
It was Jaden Mickey. That's a matchup that Miami wants. It's their top receiver against Notre Dame's number 4 cornerback, and they exploit it for a pass interference penalty to move Miami into the red zone. Ball will be marked on the right hash of the 19-yard line in Notre Dame territory. Clock stopped with 9:10 to go, and the RedHawks looking to chip into this 21-3 Fighting Irish lead.
Well, if you're going to put something together against the Fighting Irish, you need to get a little lucky, and that's what they did with the penalty there. They've got to capitalize, simply put, going down the stretch in this game.
Gabbert out of the gun, Mosey to his right as the back, faking the run, throws near side, and over the target, incomplete. Virgil was there, but not really in the vicinity around the 15-yard line. He airmailed Virgil, who's been solo one-on-one on that side of the field for the last few plays. First time he's been targeted in this sequence. 2nd down and 10 coming up for Miami from the Notre Dame 19.
And we have just not seen the vintage Brett Gabbert in this game. He has looked so just off his game today.
Gabbert fakes the run again, trying to dump off, and off the right hand and incomplete of Preston Daniel. The check down was well covered by Drake Bowen, the Indiana native and Mike linebacker. who laid a hit on Miami's backup tight end to ensure that ball would not be pulled in. 3rd down and 10 coming up for Miami in what is surely 4-down territory at this rate.
Absolutely. Got to find a way to get in the end zone for 6 here. So you're looking to make it a more manageable 4th down, if nothing else. You'd like to get it all here, but you're going for it regardless with only 9:04 left in this game.
Miami just 2 for 10 today. Gabbert gets a shotgun snap. Time to throw now. Pressure up the middle, and Gabbert is sacked. Late pressure from Drake Bowen down the center of a collapsing pocket, and he puts the Miami quarterback on the turf. A loss of 13 yards backs Miami up to the 32, and now the RedHawks will be forced to kick the field goal as we move under 9 minutes to play.
Just not their day today for the RedHawks, right as they get on the precipice of punching it into the end zone. Just not able to, and same old story even in this 4th quarter.
49-yard attempt for the right hash. Dom Jobin's kick is blocked. That might be the icing on the cake for the Fighting Irish. Would have been a career long for the former punter turned kicker for Miami in his first season as the field goal booter. Bryce Young, the freshman from Charlotte, North Carolina, got his hand to the football to knock it down, and a special teams play might be the nail in the coffin for Notre Dame. They'll take back over 8:13 remaining and up 21-3 on the Miami RedHawks. We've reached a timeout on the field, and we'll take a break. All Irish right now up 18 points with just over 8 to play. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Blocked field goal might have been the final blow for Notre Dame to take down Miami. They lead it 21-3 with 8:13 to go in this 4th quarter. They'll keep the 3-score lead, and the offense back out onto the field for the Fighting Irish. Riley Lenhart slowly making his way off the sideline, and now is out there. Notre Dame will take over on their own 31-yard line, 1st and 10, Fighting Irish. 3 receivers right and 1 to the left for Lenhart, with the feature back Love to his right in the backfield. Handoff goes to Love on 1st down, breaking through the gap in the line. He is swung around and down at the 41-yard line. After a big pickup on 1st down, it's a gain of 10 and enough to move the chains on play 1.
Great spin move there. He's able to shimmy out of that first tackle, and that's the Love that we were expecting to see all day. We really haven't seen that much of him. In fact, He's the second rusher, but we've really seen the majority of the explosive plays from Price out of the backfield today.
This time Lenhart will fake the run and pull, heading down the middle of the field. He gets pelted by 3 RedHawks at the 46-yard line. The keeper for Lenhart goes for 5. Or rather call it 6. Jackson Pons makes the tackle for Miami. And Notre Dame will run this clock under 7 minutes to play, leading 21-3. Motion from right to left, and the handoff again goes to Love. He gets spun a bit down the middle of the field and got a yard or 2. Call it 2 yards to the 49. 3rd down and 2 will result for Notre Dame as they'll bleed the clock down to the low 6s. Corbin Hondra made the stop for Miami. 3rd and short coming up for the Fighting Irish, who've been much better than the RedHawks on late downs in this game. They're 3 for 8. Lenhart from the shotgun, 2 receivers right and 1 to the left. With the back to his right, he'll take the snap. It's a design quarterback run right up the middle. Got a yard, but nothing more. Miami stuffs him. And that means the Lenhart keeper right to midfield of the 50-yard line will not be enough. And looks like Notre Dame might go for this. Interesting decision here from Marcus Freeman. See if maybe they're just trying to draw the RedHawks offside and then call timeout as we move under 6 minutes to play. 4th down and 1. Irish are 0 for 1 today, with the only tally being the field goal that was muffed on the bad snap. Lenhart will take the snap, a design quarterback run to the right. Now he cuts it back through the middle of the field and breaks through. Riley Lenhart will take this all the way down the hash and to the house for a touchdown. 50-yard run for Riley Lenhart. That's now 5 rushing scores over the last 2 weeks for Notre Dame's transfer quarterback. And add on more for the Fighting Irish with 5:39 to go. It's 27-3.
Yeah, we thought maybe they were just going to try to draw them off sides, but not quite. They had bigger things in mind. RedHawks sold out on the outside of the line, trying to get Lenhart contained in the pocket and left the middle of the field wide open. All he had to beat was 1 linebacker, and he was able to do that. And then it was green grass from there.
Jeter on for the PAT, and he knocks it through to make it 28-3. That's the lead for Notre Dame with 5:39 to go in the game. Reach another timeout on the field here from South Bend. We'll stay here for it. And if that blocked field goal didn't spell the end of the RedHawks, that long touchdown run certainly did, Zach. But the good news, finally, for Miami now, schedule takes a little bit of a reprieve. When you look at who's good in the MAC this year, Miami did not get incredibly lucky with who they got scheduled. No more divisions in the MAC, and the RedHawks will play the likes of Northern Illinois, Toledo, and Bowling Green, likely the 3 best-looking MAC teams to date. However, the RedHawks will take on UMass coming up next week, and the MAC load will certainly be a lot lighter for this Miami team than being asked to go on the road twice and at home once against 3 Power 4 teams to start the year just to try and grab a win.
Yeah, definitely get a little bit of a break from this type of scheduling that we've seen. It has been a gauntlet. We talked about it pregame, and it has been about as hard as you could think for a Miami team. But you get to go home next week. You get to play UMass, a tune-up game to try to get yourself really ready for the MAC schedule. And once you turn to that, you were talking about it still is one of the harder MAC schedules that you can have, but nonetheless, it is a winnable schedule because you've been battle-tested to this point. While you haven't come out victorious in any of these games, you've seen about as good of any teams. You've seen the best teams as anyone in the MAC has seen. So you're not going to be startled by any talent that you're going to see from here on out. So you just got to get better and try to find a way to win in the MAC.
Next week going to be an interesting test for Miami. They will likely be heavy favorites at home against UMass. And it's just tough, Zach, because as much as you want to make judgments about how this Miami team has looked, the reality is the competition just is not what Miami's going to face the rest of the year. And so it's tough to say anything has gone too poorly for Miami, despite what will eventually turn into an 0-3 start here in just a few moments. That UMass team has been brutal to start the year. They're 0-3. They're currently tied with FCS Central Connecticut at the end of the third quarter. Central Connecticut's in the red zone right now, about to retake the lead that they just relinquished. It's a UMass team that's really not in a good spot, one of the worst in the FBS. So a nice reprieve, sure, but really you're hoping to win and win big just to build the confidence back up of what is potentially kind of a torn-down team through 3 weeks.
Absolutely, and it's worth noting, Luke, we saw the quarterbacks warming up on the sideline there. Brett Gabbard not one of the guys throwing a football around, so you have to imagine we're going to see either Henry Hessen or Maddox Kopp for this drive and for the rest of the game.
Henry Hessen did get some reps. He was on for that final drive in the last minute of the UC game last week when everything was at hand. Kickoff goes from right to left. It'll be a touchback over the head of Kevin Davis. And Miami will start from the 25-yard line, and we will see who leads the Miami offense out onto the field, and it is Henry Hessen, the backup quarterback that is into the game for the RedHawks. Split time last year during the Cure Bowl with the aforementioned Maddox Kopp. Henry Hessen, the redshirt sophomore, 6'2", 197 pounds, out of Plainfield, Indiana, was 2 for 4 for 17 yards last week, and also had a couple scampers with his legs, and he will take over quarterback duties for Miami here as RedHawks have nailed it in and will look to keep their starting quarterback healthy for UMass in the conference slate coming up. On first down, handoff up the middle for Kevin Davis. Not a whole lot of room. He's stopped for no gain. And as we move under 5.5 to go, Miami trailing 28-3, second down and 10 coming up for the RedHawks. Check that, it was rather Jordan Brunson on the carry, no gain.
And we're going to see what the RedHawks dial up here, if they're just going to try to run out the clock and maybe sustain a drive, put some extra points on the board to feel good on the trip back to Oxford, or if they're going to see what this new quarterback Henry Hessen's got up his sleeve.
3 receivers left and 1 to the right. Hessen again will hand it off to Brunson. Tripped up at the line of scrimmage, but does regather his bearings and move across the 25 to the 26. Gets a yard on 2nd and 10. Third down and 9 will come up. Yeah, you wonder, what's the quarterback situation then going to look like next year for Miami? There are many people who may be asking out there, is there a clause maybe buried in the subheading to subheading to subheading to subheading of the NCAA rulebook that says Brett Gabbard can play another year of college football? I have not read the whole thing, but I am pretty sure the answer is no. Regardless, third down and 8 they'll call it, coming up for Miami, 2 on either side with Henry Hessen into the game at quarterback. Taking the snap, looking to throw for the first time. Hessen going deep down the near side. He is intercepted. No, it comes out late, incomplete. 2 hands on the football there, pulling that all the way into his arms. Looks pretty secure for the defensive back. And Carson Hobbs, the Cincinnati native and Moeller grad, who couldn't bring it in for Notre Dame. He slams the turf in frustration, but Miami will punt here with 4:12 to go, down 28-3.
Yeah, Carson Hobbs, one of the freshmen they're big on here in South Bend, Ohio. I watched a couple of his games last year. I'm very familiar with the name. I was actually at the Moeller St. X game last night in the greater Cincinnati high school area for football, and Carson Hobbs was a big name that's coming into South Bend, going to be somebody big here in future years.
Bevelheimer's end-over-end kick skips sideways at the 42-yard line, and it'll be downed by Silas Walters around there. 4:05 left to go for the Notre Dame offense, leading at 28-3, and we'll see how aggressive Marcus Freeman wants to be. There actually was a flag on the field for an illegal formation, so Notre Dame will enforce that 5 yards from the end of the kick. And that will bring us to a immediate timeout. We'll take one final break here from South Bend. 4:05 left to go with the Fighting Irish back to the offensive side of the ball. They lead it 28-3 as they will improve to 3-1 momentarily. We're back momentarily to South Bend after this. It's Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. 4:05 to go, fourth quarter. It's Notre Dame 28, Miami 3. Fighting Irish have it from their own 47, first and 10. And they will begin it from there. And it looks to be Riley Lenhart that's out there for Notre Dame, and rather it's the backup quarterback in Steve Angeli. He hands it off on first down, and a couple yards forward for Aeneas Williams, the third-string running back. He carries for a couple to the 49. Second down and 8 coming up for the Irish with under 4 to play.
Even Steve Angeli had a nice week last week.
He did.
Against Purdue.
6 for 9 for 100 yards, I should say, and 2 touchdowns, and a 29-yard run on the ground. Angeli on second and 8 will hand it off up the middle, pushing the pile into Miami territory. Devin Ford gets to the 47 of the RedHawks. That's a gain of 4. Third down and 4 coming up as the Irish will run this under 3 minutes to play.
Third down and 4 from the Miami 47-yard line.
So Notre Dame will run this under 3 minutes. 2 receivers right, tight to the formation, 1 spread out left. Angeli gets the snap and will look to throw. Bullet to the near side is caught and quickly wrapped up. It looks like just shy the line to gain. Dion Colsey, the junior from Georgia. They will say first down, so the forward progress got him just enough. Getting 5 yards, it's first down and 10 to the Miami 43-yard line with 2:38 and counting to play. Notre Dame can run one more play before getting it to the 2-minute timeout. Angeli gets the snap with 10 on the play clock, looking to throw untouched through the middle. Salopek couldn't finish off, and the throw to the far side is caught and dropped into the hands of the intended target. On the money to KK Smith. Found separation on the edge, but couldn't bring it in around the Miami 15-yard line, and a big play taken away from the Irish. It'll be second and 10 from the 43. 2:18 left to go in the game. It's Notre Dame 28, Miami 3. 28 unanswered from the Fighting Irish in this game. Handoff to the left side, dodging the first tackler. Ford gets pasted inside the 40-yard line. Tackle made for Miami by Jackson Kuwach, the Ohio State transfer, and that will bring us to the 2-minute timeout. So an even 2 minutes left on the clock, third down and 5 coming up for Notre Dame, but all academic in this one with the Irish leading the RedHawks 28-3 from Notre Dame Stadium. We'll take a break here on Red Hawk Radio and be back with the end of this one. Stay tuned. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. 2 minutes remaining in this one. It's Notre Dame 28, Miami 3 from South Bend with the ball on the Red Hawk 38-yard line. Notre Dame faces 3rd down and 5 with the backup quarterback Steve Angeli into the game. Each team has gone to their bench at the quarterback position here late with this game out of the question. Angeli takes the snap, designed roll to the right side, facing pressure, throws a high ball incomplete. Looking for Jaden Harrison, who was wide open inside the 30-yard line. Could not bring it in near the sideline, but a flag down on the field, and Miami roughed the passer. That's an automatic 1st down. So we'll see if the Irish really do anything with this here now under 2 minutes. It'll be an automatic 1st down, but with a fresh set of downs, if they choose to, they could kneel, and hard to imagine Chuck Martin would be calling timeouts in that situation. See if Notre Dame lines up in victory. They will not. Ball on the 23-yard line where it's 1st and 10 Notre Dame. Angeli, 2 receivers, twins right. Now motioning from right to left. He will hand it off. Juking outside, then in. A short pickup for Ford, or Williams rather, that got the carry for Notre Dame. He picks up 6 yards before Eli Kappas stopped him. And down to the 17-yard line, it'll be 2nd down and 4. Notre Dame will run this clock near 1 minute, just above it. They'll have to snap it before 1:08. Angeli out of the shotgun. Snaps it on 2nd down and 5. Again, handing off to Williams. He is met, but pushes through the resistance to the 16. Or this time, rather, it is indeed Ford, and he gets to the 16 for a pickup of about 2 yards. 3rd down and 3 coming up for the Fighting Irish. With under a minute to play, Notre Dame could run this under 40 seconds, and you wonder if the Irish run another play and just call it. They will not line up in victory, it appears. They're going to line up in the shotgun. Island receivers each side. The snap and the handoff goes to Ford. Off tackle, he is put on the ground at the 15 after a gain of about a yard. But Ford does not have enough for the 1st down. And we will see. It does not look like Notre Dame's going to trot the field goal team out. Chuck Martin's onto the field, as is Marcus Freeman. And that will be the ball game. Good effort to start, but just couldn't sustain for Miami. The 17th ranked team in the land avoids their 2nd loss of the season to a MAC team in this stadium. They exercised the MAC Demons, you could say, dispatching of Miami in the 3rd ever meeting to stay perfect all time. Final score here today from Notre Dame Stadium: Fighting Irish 28 and Miami 3. Long handshake between Marcus Freeman and Chuck Martin right now at midfield. Couple of guys that know each other and know this program well. This was a chance for Miami to go in and maybe stun a team even more so than what happened a couple of weeks ago, Zach. And for the RedHawks, again, it just seems like not all the details are there. And against a team like Notre Dame, that gets exposed in a hurry.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was not necessarily the stat line or issue that you were expecting. Usually, Brett Gabbert is such a stalwart for this team and has been for the past couple years, and he just simply did not have it today. Finishing with the stat line, 14 for 35, 120 through the air, and two interceptions, just not getting it done from the 6-year senior. So a tough one to swallow if you're Miami, but like you said earlier, you just got to turn the page to UMass next week, try to get right before the MAC schedule hits, and make a run at the MAC title that you got to defend from last year.
One final non-conference game on the docket for Miami. It comes your way next Saturday, and we will have coverage for it, as always, on Red Hawk Radio. Home sweet home for the RedHawks. They will take on the UMass Minutemen, believe it or not, future conference opponent, headed into the next season of MAC football. This is a non-conference game for the RedHawks in Game 4, looking for win at number 1. It's a 3:30 kick from Yeager Stadium next week between the RedHawks and the Minutemen. Coverage begins with Will Summers and the Red Hawk Radio Kickoff show at 2:30. Brian Miller, Addison, Lenhart have your Red Hawk Radio pregame at 3, and I'll have the call alongside Andrew Relvas at 3:30. We hope to talk to you then. Until then, for Zach Rengers, my partner, and the rest of our great Red Hawk Radio crew, I'm Luke West Poley saying so long from South Bend in the Cathedral of College Football. They'll sing the alma mater in the Notre Dame end zone as the Fighting Irish improved to 3-1 with a 28-3 win over the Miami RedHawks. Post-game on the other side of the break with Sean Wiesemann and Addison Lenhart getting you wrapped up. Thanks for tuning in to this presentation of Miami football on Red Hawk Radio.
You are listening to the Red Hawk Radio postgame show here from South Bend, Indiana at Notre Dame Stadium. And Notre Dame, the 17th ranked Fighting Irish, defeating the Miami, Ohio RedHawks 28-3. Addison Lenhart alongside Sean Wiesemann. And Sean, taking a look at this game, it was a close contest in the first half, and Notre Dame really just seemed to wear down Miami in that second half with their run game.
Absolutely. It was unfortunate. Unfortunately, that's just kind of what happens when you got a group of 5 team playing a power conference opponent. The line of scrimmage game is often where it's dictated, and then usually that group of 5 team just doesn't have the depth to match up. Those starters were absolutely incredible. The fact that they were able to give 28 points with the way the offense was moving the ball, which is to say not very well. I mean, it was a really gutsy performance from the defense. Certainly no fault of theirs. It was the offense that really put it away for them today.
Yeah, you talk about that offense, and Brett Gabbert, the starting quarterback, 6th year returning senior for this Red Hawk team. High expectations for Gabbert coming into this season, and through the first 3 contests, he really just hasn't met them. In this one, 14 for 35, totaling only 119 passing yards and a 40% completion percentage. Gabbert really just looked uncomfortable and out of sorts. He also added 2 turnovers in the form of interceptions. Just really could never get it going. What was somewhat of a bright spot for Miami was their backfield. Started to get a little more push up front of the offensive line. Had a couple of guys averaging over 5 yards a carry in this one. And for Notre Dame on the offensive end, it was Riley Leonard in that second half that really took over with his legs. 12 carries for 143 yards and 2 touchdowns total. He had that long 50-yard touchdown run that really capped off things for the Fighting Irish at the end of this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that this is where we're at, where we have to talk about a loss like this, but there are some bright spots for sure. The way the defense played was very admirable, and despite the fact that the offense was struggling, I'll give, once again, I just want to give a lot of credit to that defense. It really was very impressive, and the run game was a really nice bright spot as well, like you said. I hope to see that improvement in the run game going forward, because that's the Gabbert we saw in Week 2 is the Gabbert I'd like to see going forward. The one who threw for 330 yards, not the one who throws 119 passing yards on 40% completion percentage and 2 picks. I really hope that some MAC play will help level that out. And you know what? A good old game against Massachusetts certainly helps to get that in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams today pretty heavily penalized. Miami suffered 100 yards off 10 penalties. Notre Dame committed 8 fouls and 66 yards were given up as a result of that from them. Both of these teams, especially Notre Dame, really started, Notre Dame really started to clean up things in the second half, executed well offensively, and we talked about at the break how fatigue might be something that would set in. It really set in, it seemed, against Cincinnati last week, and in the second half, especially today. again, Notre Dame, their athletes, as you said, really just wore down Miami the final minutes.
Yeah, you're right. And when a team averages 7.5 yards a carry, you certainly have to wonder if fatigue was at least a part of it, given how stout they were against the run in the first half. Once again, you really wish that it was a different result, but you have to look at the bright side and see that, well, Riley Leonard only threw for 154 yards. And granted, that's about his season average, but still, the fact that you were able to hold a team with a lot of potential offensively to 28 points and only 154 yards through the air, and it really was just the ground game just kind of tearing you down. You can live with that at the end of the day.
Yeah. Take a look at upcoming for both of these teams. The Fighting Irish will welcome the currently 19th ranked Louisville Cardinals to town in a matchup at 3:30 next week. And for the Miami RedHawks, they will head back home to take on UMass, another 3:30 contest in which Miami's going to try and shake off this early season rut that they've gotten themselves into, and try to right the ship headed into MAC play. And it's going to be really key for Brett Gabbert to start cleaning up his play on the offensive end, his decision making, his accuracy down the field, his ability to avoid sacks really plagued Miami. That's going to be a key for him to clean up in the future.
Yeah, you're right. Gabbert's it's going to be up to him for the future to really take off. 3 points is just a completely unacceptable offensive performance. I'm sure Chuck Martin will tell you that. I'm sure Pat Welsh will tell you that. I'm sure all the offensive coaches will tell you that at the end of the day, 3 points is unacceptable. Gabbert will probably go up there to the podium and tell you 3 points is unacceptable. His performance was unacceptable. But like I said before, a game against UMass certainly will help, and UMass definitely one of the worst FBS opponents just on paper at the very least. So hopefully you can get the dynamic offensive performance, something similar to that you had last season where they put up 49 last season.
Want to thank the amazing folks here in South Bend and at Notre Dame who provided us with supreme hospitality, gave us this extremely cushy booth to be able to experience this game in. Just an unbelievable atmosphere in the stadium, outside of the stadium. It was really a fantastic experience that they were able to provide us with. So shout out to everybody who was involved in making this happen for us. We will be back next week, as we said, 3:30 against UMass. And this has been Addison, Lenhart, and Sean Wiesemann on your postgame show. We'll be back, as we said, next week against the University of Massachusetts. You have been listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Notre Dame with a 28-3 victory over the Miami RedHawks. Both teams looking to progress into the tougher part of their schedules. Miami beginning MAC play in 2 weeks, looking to right the ship next week.